At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the main channel. How about that shit, huh? Ain't that something, man? All right. Well, we got over our little, whatever the fuck it was YouTube had a problem with, but we're okay. We're back over here on the main channel. I'm on the backup channel as well. I want to take this opportunity. Anybody that wishes to, or I would greatly appreciate if everybody that is subscribed to this channel, if you can go over to the backup channel, which is in the on the channel. It's on the channel page. You can go to Sob's Place, which is my backup. Go ahead and go over to there and subscribe, because I'm going to start doing some more streaming over there and back it off from here for just a little bit, just to kind of get that other one up to par with this one. And we'll start doing that probably later in this week. But if you don't, if you're not subscribed to the backup, also my Rumble channel, we're there too. I noticed Sean is in there in the chat tonight. Good old Sean Hawkins. Welcome, Sean. Throwing a little hissy fit, kvetching, if you will. Oy vey, my gosh. Now, try to take care of yourself there, buddy. You'll be okay. So he's trying to, bring your maps and your measurements and all this shit. Look, there are no accurate maps of the earth. Okay. That's just the bottom line to it. Flat, round, what the fuck ever. The globe is not a map, not whatsoever. Here's a question for you, Sean. How come everybody uses an azimuthal equilateral projection map, right? And it's projected from the north, but you say that there's such inaccuracies in the south. So why isn't there an azimuthal equilateral projection from the South Pole for people in the Southern Hemisphere to use to kind of balance it out? Just a quick question, probably something you never thought of, but If you ever saw one, you'd understand why. It's 100% fucking ridiculous. That's why. And there is no such thing. So no. And the last time, Sean, that you were on here, you rage quitted yourself because you said that you said Atmos wasn't gas. You said Atmos is air. But as I so correctly pointed out to you, the air that we breathe is a mixture of what? Gases. That's right. It's a mixture of oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide. There's little trace elements of argon and other little fucking gases in there too. But guess what? Those are gases and they make up what we call air. Okay. That's what the mixture of these gases is called. So you, my friend, are a dumbass and you were rightfully put in the corner. You needed to settle down, take a chill pill, smoke a bowl, whatever it is. You got your asshole in a little tumble about over all of this. Wow. So let me see. I got some people all in here. Let me see who's over here on the main channel tonight. I have so far, I got Benny Boy. Good to see you. Carrie Skates, DJ Don, Globe Earth Eulogy. That's a good one. Justin Johnson, Mr. Super Sidewinders with us, Natasha Jones, Saddlebomb, and Thrashless Smith, just to name a few that are over on this side. Let's go over here into this side and see who's on the backup. And over there, I got Benny Boys there too, Carrie Skates, Justin Johnson, Push Button 62, Saddlebomb, and of course, Sav's Place is there too, because that's me. And then I got only 3 people watching on Rumble, but right now, but that's okay. We got some, I blocked Sean months ago, but I might unblock him again just so I can time him out. Yeah, don't block him. Don't block him. Sean, I want you to click that link and come on up and we can discuss this if you can keep your composure about you. As we see by his comments, once again, it's right back into the herd mentality. If you'd have paid attention in your indoctrination school where they pat you on the head and say, you're smart because you regurgitated some shit that we told you. That's where these fucking bozos think. That is exactly what they think. They never took the time to understand it. But if it's so ridiculous, Sean, why are there so many of you paid motherfuckers out there trying to smack down on it, man? What's up? Huh? What's up? You know exactly what I'm talking about. You guys are pissing in your pants too because you're worried. You worried. You're so fucking worried. I found this really cool little song. This is great. Kudos out. I'm not sure who created it. It was shared by somebody on X. Phoenix Dragon is the person that shared it. I don't know, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. And I think you guys will probably like this. So hang on. Oh, what's that guy doing?
Oh, Simon Dan's a wacker, he wears a wacker's hat. He's been dropped up on YouTube to deny the stuff. And everybody laughs at him when he says it's a ball. He really thinks he's clever, but all he knows is fuck all. Oh, Polycat's a wacker, he wears a wacker's hat. He hangs out with Simon Dan to deny the stuff. And everybody laughs when he gets out his big whiteboard. If he's really a teacher, then we're really quite a poor. Oh, Greg McNeil's a wanker, he wears a wanker's hat. He likes playing on his Xbox and denying it is fun. And everybody laughs at him when he says what a Benz. But he gets a pat on his back from his deluded friends. He is a wanker, he wears a wanker's hat. He's fairly new on YouTube and he's bald like Polycat. Now everybody laughs and says he looks like Michael Stipe. And everything he says is just one scene in Parasite. Oh, so he is a wanker, he wears a wanker's hat. He kisses all their asses and denies the others fat. And everybody laughs when he says rivers flow uphill. Cause We all know he's talking shit and just a YouTube shit. They're all a bunch of wackers, they all wear wackers hats. They're all propped up on YouTube to deny the earth is flat. And everybody laughs at them when they claim that we spit. But unless they demonstrate it, then they never go nowhere.
Well, I have to say that that one right there. True that. That was a good one. I liked it myself there. Trash list, I did. That was pretty cool. But there again, you see there's another one there. I hadn't seen him before, and he's got that little turd dollop hair thing going on. What is the fucking deal? Maybe that is the wanker's hat. Maybe that is the wanker's hat. I believe it could be. I believe it could be. Absolutely. Yeah, here's the thing I found too. So here's the thing that what's his nuts there, poor Sean. Is he still with us? You timed him out. You broke my toy. What did you do, man? Where am I at? I'm over on. That's on Todd's place. He's not over there. Let's see. Is he still in here? No, he left. He pushed out. He won't come up. Because see, the one thing he can't demonstrate, we saw him the other night, demonstrating that he can blow. That was, I don't know which is worse. I don't know which one's worse. If it was McToon's column of air, or if it was this bird blowing across the piece of fucking paper. You're gonna tell me I don't know Brunelli's principle. I had to fucking shit. I was looking at it while you guys were talking about it, and I'm like, you're retarded, Sean. You don't even understand. You know, not only me, other people were looking at that whole thing too, and you just came off like, I don't know, again, like McToon, like the rest of them, like a snotty little 12-year-old girl on her period or some shit. You know, I mean, it's just terrible. You have no character presence about you. I think that's where you guys lose out. You have no character presence. You rely solely on this ridicule, cussing out, and anger shit. I think that's that you rely on that too much, and you have no character presence. You know, you just come off like shit, you know, as that song demonstrated so perfectly. It really did. Let me see what else we got going on here. Oh, we've got more people popping in here. Natasha's in here with us tonight. You guys better be on your best behavior with Natasha in here, and she ain't going to put up with nobody's shit. I can tell you that. She is just not going to do it. Oh, my God. So Caleb's at it. He, and there again, gas pressure without containment. Impossible. There's Man of Steel Machinist. I know who that is. What's up? So yeah, that's you're not going to get by without containment, man. You got fluid pressure requires containment. What is it? Some idiot today, I said, demonstrate a fluid pressure system without containment. And he sends me a picture of water droplets on a fucking table. And I went, oh, wow, man, you guys are even worse off than I thought. You know, you guys are even worse off than I thought. So I don't even feel bad for these people. You know, I mean, it's just like it wouldn't matter one way or the other. They're just, wow. So anyway, this is what Caleb had to say about this today. I thought it was pretty good.
If you didn't know already, the US government is releasing the truth in a lot of their patents and documents that they have on their website. CIA, NASA, doesn't really matter. They're kind of admitting the truth. Here's a list here of every year that a US patent was released on how to control the weather. Feel free to search any of these patents up. Here's 3 documents from NASA admitting the Earth is flat and non-rotating. The DPS equations of motion use 4 assumptions that simplify the program while maintaining its fidelity for most maneuvers and applications: point mass modeling, non-turbulent atmosphere, zero side forces, and a non-rotating Earth. This report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Last one. The model frequently used is that of a flat, non-rotating Earth. But these new documents that I found last night on the CIA's website is gonna surprise you probably. Photographic observations of the spectral intensity of the firmament. The spectral brightness of the firmament along the alsocanter of the sun was observed. Here's a document, the color temperature of the firmament. Investigation on the zodiacal light, provisional results obtained by the observation of the Soviet expedition in Egypt of the diurnal firmament can attain up to 70%. Guys, you're admitting it. There is a hard, fast barrier above us, and it's not called the Van Allen belts, just like the science community is trying to perpetuate now. They're trying to say that there's an impenetrable barrier in the sky, but it's not the firmament. It's the Van Allen belt. No, it's the firmament. They tell you the truth in the patents, in the papers, in the documents. They just hope that you won't go reading them.
Yep. And it's coming out more and more and more and more stuff all the time, man. So just accusing globes of resulting to insults. Yeah, no shit, right? Yeah, but Joe, you got to admit, you did. You said you came on here just to troll, right? So I don't know. Yeah, you did.
If you didn't know all.
So I don't know, man. Y'all don't fucking bicker in the background. Joe, this is what you think is going on. If you believe you're on a ball, it's in everything they're telling you. This is what you actually believe right here. Watch this. Now you know full fucking well that's not happening. All those planets happen to chase the sun like that. It's corkscrewing around. Yet you're going to see the same constellations for thousands of years. The only thing they do is just progress in the sky through the ages. That's all they do. They remain the same. Still used to navigate by. Very same ones. Can't have that on a... Joe... If you think that you're on a spinning ball in space, that's exactly what you believe. It's not like cafeteria heliocentrism, man. You don't get to just choose and then say, oh, I don't like the rest of that, so I'm not going to accept it. This is what your beloved scientists claim is occurring. It's not a misrepresentation, Joe. That is exactly what is occurring. Do you realize the speeds that are involved? That is exactly what's going on. Right? You see this, but see, you don't experience that, and you're not going to experience that because you're not moving. The sky moves. Oh, this was cute, man. I'll show you this later. Yeah, I'll show you this later. Little girl doesn't want to grow up. It's pretty good. Yeah. Hang on. I thought I had something on here. Yeah, because Joe, look, man, you can't.
Well, Tartaria was everywhere.
You can't believe shit. I mean, here's another guy. This guy right here. Icon. Right? Icon of the black community, Malcolm X, instrumental in the civil rights movement, right? Take a close look at that ring. Do you get it? Are you starting to get it? When the people need a hero, we shall provide one. And that's exactly what they do, man. Need a hero. We need to go to the moon. We're going to make a hero. We got Neil Armstrong and buzzed out Aldrin and all these motherfuckers are, just going with it, like, oh yeah, we went to the moon and this is a fantastic thing. And, I guess I wish I'd have been an adult at that period of time, because I would like to get a better representation of how many people actually believed it when it was happening. Because it wasn't long after that people were already questioning it and saying, no, this is bullshit. But they got shut down, just like we get shut down. Yeah, Farrakhan too. That's another one. What are they? There's a whole order. Prince something. I forget what it is. What is this thing? Hold on a second. Oh yeah, this is kind of interesting. I didn't know this. We go about Hanukkah, and I didn't know this about Hanukkah. This is not like a thing that, like, back in Israel times, like in Bible times and shit. They didn't do this, right? This is like kind of a new thing. So check this out. This is kind of interesting.
Hanukkah, a celebration exclusively for Jews, a celebration that also was a manufactured newcomer.
In fact, we have very little evidence that many Jews celebrated Hanukkah at all in the 19th century. People who were concerned about Jewish children made Hanukkah important for other reasons. They were concerned that Jewish children not feel neglected during the Christmas season.
And I can kind of dig that, right? So they came up with, all right, we can base this on whatever. And then the kids aren't left out, because here's all these Christian kids that get to have Christmas and presents and all this other rigmarole, right? And so they're like, okay, because I know like Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't have Christmas and shit. And that's kind of like rough on kids to see other kids getting new shit and everything, and they can't participate in it, and they really, as a child, it's hard for them to understand, you know what I'm saying? So I can kind of dig that.
And so they did an entirely different thing with Hanukkah. They made parties for children. They made special events for children. They made sure children got presents. They decorated their homes. They really focused on children.
Jews admit that they've borrowed from every culture they've come in contact with. Remember, they've been nomadic people going from place to place. One culture Jews borrowed from more than any other is from ancient Greece. The Talmud says that the only language the Torah could be properly translated into is Greek. While in a host country, they stirred up trouble by rebelling against the local culture, plotting division where people had a culture. That's exactly what they did during the Seleucid Empire, a major center of Hellenistic culture that maintained Greek customs. So throughout the Hellenistic world, the Jews had communities and enjoyed autonomy. Antiochus took the throne, and he wasn't tolerant of Jewish rebellion and conspiracies like his father. And so he outlawed the Sabbath and circumcision and erected an altar of Zeus in a Jewish temple. Then the Maccabee family planned a revolt. Hanukkah is about the celebration of these Jews who rebelled against Hellenistic culture while living among them as a minority. They slaughtered Syrian Greeks in a bloodbath, even some of their own who assimilated into Greek culture. Hanukkah is an extremely anti-Greek and pagan-phobic celebration of Jewish military victory and massacre of pro-Greeks. Its roots are in murder and blood. It's known as the Maccabean Revolt, usually dated at 167 BCE. That's what Hanukkah is celebrating. Hanukkah is a total ripoff from Christmas, pagan Yule. The Jews took an important pagan solstice celebration and supplanted Hanukkah, their festival of lights, to mark victory over Greek pagans.
Welcome to the White House and happy Hanukkah.
With all the schmutz in the world, can you believe that we are here with the President of the United States and the President of Israel celebrating Hanukkah in the White House? I stand here like the Maccabees of old who defied the culture of their time.
After the Maccabees reclaimed the temple, they found a small amount of oil for lighting the menorah, enough for just one day. Miraculously, it lasted 8 days. This is about conquest, marking a victory over non-Jewish Europeans and their revulsion against us. In reality, it's about Jewish culture being supreme. Jews refused to assimilate into ancient Greek culture, but now they're forcing non-Jews to assimilate into Jewish culture and values, calling you an anti-Semite if you reject their ways.
So it was over. See, I was never understood what it was actually about. What it was. I didn't know it was about the rebellion or whatever over these people, the Greeks and whatnot. And it's, I don't know, it makes it, religions do that, man. Like, how many times has the Christian religion inserted their shit into other people's belief systems and holidays? Like, all the fucking time, right? Even the idea of having Christmas at
Hanukkah is
the 25th, and I mean, it's pretty well documented that the actual birth of Christ, or of Jesus, if indeed he existed, was actually September 11th. Interesting, isn't it? Well, if you look, there are no shepherds in the fields in December because it's colder than a well digger's ass. Nobody's wanting to be out there in that shit, So look, here's this thing I figured out. These guys, I don't know what it is about these fellas, but they must really like Gmail. Look at those guys. They almost have a whole religion revolving around Gmail. That's amazing. I just thought that was something I would share with you too. So, oh yeah, that's a little bit too gruesome for YouTube. I can't play that. It's a woman describing her experience during a sacrifice in a satanic ritual, which is pretty bad. Oh, here's we got some space news just came in from SpaceX or space.com. Okay, we're gonna agree to this or whatever. Let's see, whatever could that be? Just came up an alert on my screen. I went to their website one time and now they alert me every time they come, every time they put something up. Please believe in our globe. It says astronaut Chris Hadfield would love to fly SpaceX's Starship around the moon. Oh, we're going to have a C-Lab say it. He has got potential, but to be a magnificent vehicle. So is that the video of it here? Is that what this is supposed to be? Click here for more SpaceX video. We didn't even get one. Let's refresh that fucking thing. All right, well. All right, wait, there we go.
At space.com, and joining me is Colonel Chris Hadfield, retired astronaut and Canadian commander of the International Space Station in 2013. So Chris and I are going to talk about his new book and about Canada and space. But first, let's have a quick space question quiz. And so, Chris,
oh, God.
Are you playing Starfield right now, and what do you think about it?
No, I'm talking to you right now, Elizabeth. Actually, somebody made a really cool character based on me for Starfield, which I take as an enormous compliment. But
I take it that's a video game that these nerds like to play.
I'm writing a book every 2 years right now, and I'm the director of several space companies and I'm helping run a big international technology incubator. And I haven't found time to play Starfield yet, but I'm honored to be part of it.
I'm glad to hear that. And when it's ready, would you fly on
SpaceX
Starship to the moon?
Yeah, I think there's a sort of a misimpression that astronauts fly on spaceships. That's one too many words in a sense. We fly spaceships. And so it's not just the ride. It is the whole process by which we make a spaceship safe and make it safer for subsequent crews. So to me, that's been my entire life as a fighter pilot, test pilot, engineer, astronaut, is how do you fly spaceships ever better and ever more capably? And so, yeah, I'm
all right. I got a question about that. How the fuck you get a rocket to work in the vacuum?
I'm a consultant to SpaceX, and I've been talking to Mark Juncosa, who's the chief integration engineer down there. And I think it's got potential to be a magnificent.
So it's about all of his face I can hang with right now. Let's see. Canada's guitarist astronaut And he's got like 5 or 6 guitars up there, along with they have bagpipes in a gorilla suit and all kind. You wouldn't believe the amount of shit they have up there. It's amazing. It just keeps collecting. I don't ever see it. Do they bring that stuff ever back? You know? I don't know. He says he'd love to hop into SpaceX Starship for a trip around the moon. Hatfield, a retired Canadian Space Agency astronaut who commanded the International Space Station in 2013 while charming the world on social media, sat down with Space.com to talk about changes in the space program since he last flew in space. Besides talking about SpaceX and Boeing Starliner spacecraft, Starliner, we'll have to look into that. Let's see if we can find something here in a second. Hadfield talked about whether he would play the epic Starfield space exploration game and on which spacecraft he would store his guitar. Because this stuff matters, man. Hadfield also shared his insights on Canada's fast-growing opportunities for astronauts. You hear that, Sean Elke? If you're out there, Angela Baby Carson, the rest of you, all my Canuck friends up there in Canada land, Canada, you hear that? Listen, he says his insights on Canada's fast-growing opportunities for astronauts, which will see Canadians take to the skies again in 2024 and 2025. And that's just like next month. For missions to the moon with Artemis 2 and for long-duration flight on the International Space Station. There he is. And he met King Charles III. Pushes space sustainability because we don't want to pollute the infinite expanse of space. God forbid somebody leave a gum wrapper up in that motherfucker and it like these people. Its own gravity could cause a garbage pile, and then all of a sudden you have a garbage planet that's floating around. Because after all, if hydrogen atoms can come together because of their own gravity and then form into a ball in a vacuum for some reason because they have gravity, does nobody realize how fucking stupid that is? Holy shit. So let's see. We saw that. He says, no, he's not playing it right now. Who cares what video game he's playing? I think there's a sort of misrepresentation. Yeah, he said we fly spaceships. Well, how do you fly them? What control surfaces allow you to maneuver a spaceship in space? How do you navigate in space? How do you navigate? Use the fucking stars? Huh? How do you even know if you're moving? How in the fuck would you even know if you were moving in space? Right? The whole thing's a bunch of shit. What do we got going on here? Listen up, y'all, you Saskatchewanians. Oh my God, yes. But I'm serious, you guys. All you Canadians out there, you know what? You'll be able to get up there with Chris Hadfield, sing a duet with him. Rocket Man. I do mine like Shatner. In a sense, we fly spaceships. And so it's not just the ride, it's the whole process by which we make a spaceship safe and make it safer for subsequent crews. So to me, that's been my entire life as a fighter pilot, test pilot, engineer, astronaut. How do you fly spaceships even better and even ever more capably? Well, that's what I'm still trying to figure out, you know? And how you guys getting through the dome? That's what I want to know. He says he's a consultant on SpaceX. I think it's got a potential to be a magnificent vehicle. All right. I'd love not only to be looking at it and thinking about it, but also maybe someday to have a chance to fly it as well. There's a picture of that thing. Look at that. Look at that. That's remarkable. Huh? So he says, yeah, the short answer is yes, absolutely. That's just fantastic here. Would you be able to choose between SpaceX Dragon or Boeing Starliner to the ISS, or is it too hard? Oh, which model do you like? Do you prefer the Corvette, or do you prefer what a bunch of shit? I think the best spaceship that exists is the one you're about to go to space on, no matter what. Yeah, I would say you don't have a whole lot of control. I don't think you're flying them either. I think you're just in them. And I don't think there's anybody in them either at all. I think you see them go in and then they go down some kind of a fucking tube or some shit. And then they go get into a movie studio somewhere. That's what I think they do. You can't tell me that anybody in their right motherfucking mind would get on one of those things. No way in the world. Hey, Anson, what's going on, brother? So let's see. We got Dreamies here too. Good. I thought I saw you lurking around in there. Sugary Nose. Let me go over here, back over onto this one and see. Yeah, this one's on the main channel. We got 50 over there. And you got 23 over on Sob's Place. Oh, yeah. Did I miss the big announcement? No. The big announcement is this. Listen, subscribe to the other channel, man, Sob's Place, okay? Because I'm going to start doing more over there in lieu of over here, just to kind of get that one built up a little bit. And also to my Rumble channel. See, they decided while I was during my strike that they was going to give me some kind of bullshit where I can't post external links and all kinds of, I don't know what other nonsense. It's crazy. It says my limit on how many lives or some shit like that. I don't know. So in any case, get over there, subscribe to the other channel. Make sure you are, because I'm going to start doing some shit over there a lot more than I do over here within the next few days. And we're going to get that other one built up like we got this one built up. And that way we've got a safer place to go and we can kind of cover more stuff. So tonight I'm actually on both of these. In the future, I'll probably start out here and on there, and then later cut the stream so that people that have come in here that don't know, we'll go over to the other, and that way we can make sure that one's a secure place. Because right now we have almost 1.2 thousand subscribers right now on the main channel, but over on Sob's Place, I've only got 266 right now. So that's a deficit. That's what we call a deficit. Can't have that. Anyway. Let me get back to my little astronaut story. It's dangerous business still flying in space. It's like aviation in 1912 or maybe driving a car in 1905. Well, wait a second. No. Why is it like aviation in 1912? Okay. That, of course, was only a few years after the advent of winged flight, right? And here we are. How long they've been shooting rockets up there, right? What the fuck? Why has it not advanced at all? I mean, you're still only at the level of like 3 or 4 years after flying an airplane. The first time flying an airplane, you're only like 3 or 4 years advanced, as opposed to, let's just even go back 1969. Come on, man. It's over 50 years. What the fuck? So maybe you're doing something wrong. Maybe using, 11th century fucking Chinese technologies, maybe not the answer, right? Or maybe to driving a car in 1905 or a train in 1815. See, that's not even a good analogy. New technologies are dangerous until we run out all the bugs. But I've flown the space shuttle a couple of times. I was the pilot of a Soyuz. I've been to 2 space stations. It's a process of learning and training and then making all those vehicles sing. That's the whole great joy of being an actornaut. Yeah, I would love to fly. I was bored. So, yeah, here we're going to get in. She said, I would love to fly. I was on board SpaceX Dragon and an uncrewed one that came back and docked at the space station. So I've been inside that one in orbit, but I haven't flown either of those yet. So he's going to get going on it. Says, which spacecraft of all time do you think has the best storage for our guitar? Now, see, that's what I've been wondering about. Somewhere up there, they have I guess maybe like a closet or a music room to store all his guitars and the bagpipes and all those fucking bullshit they take up there with them, and hope that some of those droplets of water that are just aimlessly floating around in 0G from that long-haired girl sprinkling water all over the goddamn space shuttle. I mean, what the hell? He says the space shuttle, just because it had the most room. And a guitar is kind of a bulky and empty and, mostly a place for the sound to resonate. Yeah, but it still takes up space, bro. I think we were really lucky that while the space shuttle was flying in the summer of 2001, the NASA psychologists and the NASA payload engineers found it fit to manifest a small but excellent guitar, a Lara V parlor guitar, up to the International Fake Station. Pretty much every crew has someone who plays guitar. It gets played all the time, so I'm glad it's there. And I'm sure that they took up a good supply of strings with him, or maybe strings don't wear out in 0G. There he is up there playing his guitar sideways or some shit. You know what I find funny, though, is how they always want to tilt their head so that it's even to the ground, so that it's at least somewhat vertical to the ground. You always want to do that. That's a telltale sign that they're not in a 0G environment. So he's got a book. Nobody gives a shit. It's good enough for me. I just thought I'd share that with you. It came across. It was I play a mean guitar. Thank you, Dr. Law. I try. I don't know. I should play more. I just don't. I just sometimes just don't feel like it. I don't know what's going on with me here recently, but last year or so, I just haven't felt much like doing it. I got to get back into it. So it is this. This is the Starliner thing that they were talking about. Let me see. Oh, it's just a space capsule. It doesn't look much different. A few more little model parts, stray model parts. I used to use stray model parts and shit from model kits. I'd go to garage sales and find a model kit, and the pieces are half missing. And I would make little spaceships and shit out of little engine parts and stuff. And you just use your imagination. And I think that's exactly what these freaks do. Is this a new spacesuit? What spacesuits do Boeing astronauts wear? This spacesuit right here. Come on. You got to be shitting me. What? It just took me back to the same fucking page. Oh, well. Who cares? Space.com. You suck. All right. Now, back where I was into my... Oh, yeah. This was crazy shit, man. All right. So, this is really crazy. Sugary nose. Thank you. This is pretty crazy right here. Okay, so I got this page on there called Fascinating, and this is pretty cool. Check this out. This blew me away. It says in 1863, a Civil War veteran, Jacob Miller, was shot in the forehead at Brock Field at Chickamauga, Georgia. Okay, 1863. He had the following to say about it. When I came to my senses sometime after I found I was in the rear of the Confederate line. So not to become a prisoner, I made up my mind to make an effort to get around their line and back to my own side. I got up with the help of my gun as a staff, then went back some distance and started parallel with the line of battle. I suppose I was so covered with blood that those I met did not notice that I was a Yank. At least our major, my former captain, did not recognize me when I met him after passing to our own side. I suffered for 9 months. Then I got a furlough home to Logansport and got doctors Fitch and Coleman to operate on my wound. They took out the musket ball, and after the operation, a few days, I returned to the hospital at Madison and stayed there. till the expiration of my enlistment, September 17th, 1864. 17 years after I was wounded, a buckshot dropped out of my wound, and 31 years after, 2 pieces of lead came out. Some ask how it is I can describe so minutely my getting wounded and getting off the battlefield after so many years. My answer is I have an everyday reminder of it in my wound and constant pain in the head, never free of it while not asleep. The whole scene is imprinted on my brain as with a steel engraving. I haven't written this to complain of anyone being in fault for my misfortune and suffering all these years. The government is too good to me and gives me $40 per month pension. Look at that, dude, man. That's fucked, man. And then like 30 years later, a piece of buckshot falls out. Wow. That's insane, man. That is insane. I don't even get it, man. How he even lived, you know? I don't even know how this guy lived. And anyway, I thought that was kind of cool. I guess Sean decided he's not going to come on. Is that what happened? He probably got mad because he got timed out. He shouldn't be such a shit. You know, he could come in here and be amicable, don't you think? I mean, even if I do exploit midgets, that's right, man. Went to the Extreme Dwarfinators Wrestling. That is the coolest thing in the world. You can find Dwarfinators on Facebook. They'll probably have a show near you sometime in the near future. Is this the one? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I can't. Let me make sure this is the one. Oh, no, that's too long. That's too long. Can't do that. Oh, this was kind of interesting, too, because one of these nights I'm thinking maybe another night this weekend doing Nosferatu. Maybe we'll see some clues in that. I've got it. What there is of the movie pretty much complete, but you know there are parts missing that are just missing. Nobody knows where they are. But I found this kind of cool thing about these vampiric people. And as you know, I have some theories on these vampires that there's I always find a grain of truth in legends. Okay. Whether it's giants, vampires, and let's take ourselves to today, right? One of the big accusations going on are of elites that are drinking blood. Okay, basically. And who are these people in these legends and stories? Well, they're counts and countesses and things of that nature that become these vampires. So let me bring this up.
Vampires that reach a certain age will sometimes undergo a metamorphosis into a stranger, deeper version of the creatures referred to by most as elders, likely becoming closer to the primeval origins of the curse. I believe that Albin Grau designed the character Count Orlok after witnessing an elder himself. Through this depiction, more accurate portrayals of the most powerful elder vampires have bled into numerous films and television shows. The descriptions of elders in the journals of my ancestor Harold Oldry Jr. paint them as dramatic exaggerations of their younger counterparts. While they display incredible supernatural abilities and need to feed less frequently, they are also the source of most popularly believed vampire weaknesses, including a much stronger aversion to true faith objects, prayer, and occult tools. They have no tolerance for sunlight, being utterly destroyed by it. They make up for all this, however, in their seeming inability to permanently die. Through unknown means, they return to the world again and again, more monstrous with each passing. It is written that fallen vampires made into haunters by their masters will take on elder features as well, much like the one seen in my home. elders were also surrounded by paranormal activity. The most terrifying vampires. See here the photo of one, once held in St. George's Keep.
Here's this thing about them too. I only timed him out for 10 minutes. That's like 10 weeks to a meth head, bro. But this thing about these vampires is, like I pointed out, that they always seem to be these elite. And they have this power to hypnotize and persuade and that kind of thing. And who's the people that are doing that now with politics, religion, with their scientism, this globe bullshit that they try to push on us from day to day. You can't go a freaking day without being reminded in some way. Don't forget, you're on a ball. Start to watch some movie or something, and up here it comes. Oh, don't forget, something in the production will have something to do with that shit every time. Every time. The Israeli government, what is that really, though? What is it? As Dreamy's pointed out on here, and I agree, it all points right back to the Vatican every time, yeah, I mean, and people, I guess they're so trusting. Something comes from an official source, and so therefore it's real. And so they can run shit on you, and people don't pay attention to the details. Look at this shit. Here we are doing some kind of dumb shit in space. Watch this.
The continuation of their mission was welcome news to the Skylab astronauts who had become accustomed to their weightless environment. Work assignments
were
conducted with ease. The astronauts found they had extra time and requested flight planners to develop additional useful tasks for them to perform. The continuation of their
Get the fuck out of here. Did you see that dumb shit? Did you see what the weights were doing? They shouldn't be affected at all like that. But apparently they are. They've been doing this propaganda for so long. Yes, they have. Yes, they have, man. This is what it's all about. Keep you conditioned into fantasy land all the time. You know what? I gotta keep that. I have to keep that. That's a good one. Let me go back one. There we go. Oh, this is interesting too. So you know how sometimes they have these now, I don't know, is Brian Staveley here tonight? Is he here tonight? Because I heard Brian Staveley has one of these at home. It's an antique. So this is kind of cool.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Anybody got an idea what that could be for? Maybe, I don't know, a nutcracker or something. Maybe, I don't know. Anybody got a keeping people in their mental prison? Absolutely, Daniel. That is absolutely right. This whole thing, it is a prison for your mind. And, by taking you out of your natural environment for 12 to 13 years or more of your life, taking you out of your natural environment and feeding you loads of shit every day, teaching you a whole lot about nothing to give you the impression that you've learned a lot. That's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they do. I mean, please. Let's see, contrails. Yeah. Oh, this was really fascinating too. It's you know how I am about frequencies and resonance and things like that. Let me show you this. This is a high-speed film of a water droplet. But watch this shit. This is so crazy.
The water droplet bounces on the surface. We did it in my back garden when it was cold, and I've had to use iced water this time to increase the surface tension.
Notice the fractility of it.
Ace 2 Cents made a really funny video recently where he
Is that freaking cool or what? I know, mesmerizing, isn't it? You keep seeing it. It's like, is that really happening like that? But it does. It's such a slow rate. Yes, yes, a ball of water, water in disequilibrium. Very, very good, M-Ball. Boy, so desperate for water to not be flat and level that they'll go, look, a water drop. A water drop's not flat. Oh, you guys are fucking pathetic. You really, I mean, that is, do you realize, do you not step outside and look at yourself and what you just said and how pathetically fucking desperate that looks. I just want you to notice how pathetically desperate that makes you look. Okay. That's all. I just want you to just note that. Step outside yourself for a minute. Look back. Look at the chat. Okay. And then realize how pathetically desperate that makes you look. Come on. Grow up, man. Nobody's playing your dumb fucking bullshit. It's like that idiot that showed me drops of water on a table. So look, flood pressure without containment. What a dork. Come on, man. Y'all need to stop masturbating and, take a look around you. Go outside, retire the old sweat sock. You know what I'm getting at? Understand what your fucking world's really about. Here's a star. Check this out. This is from Caleb put this out. It says there's no physical evidence to suggest that stars are anything like our sun. Okay. How many times have we heard that nonsense? Our sun is a star. No, our sun is not a star. Shut up. Oh my God. It says they seem to be some sort of sonoluminescence manifesting itself in a superfluid liquid, a superfluid. I believe that as well. Got some cool stuff showing a diver throwing water up in the air or up in the water and it raining back down. Pretty crazy shit. Some kind of superfluid liquid held up by the firmament. Utterly mesmerizing. And this is a little show of it real quick. If you want to take a look, I think it's kind of cool. You might think it's cool too. I think it's even cooler. How in the hell is that even close? No such thing as zero G, M-Ball. There's no such thing as zero G. Sorry. Oh, there's no ISS either. Okay, so you've said two things wrong right off the bat. First, you said as the water is falling, it is in zero G. No, it's in a state of disequilibrium. It's just in free fall. Sorry about your luck. There's no such thing as zero G. Similar on the ISS where they have shown larger balls of water. No, there's no such thing as the ISS either. So they have not. Sorry, kid. Try again later. You step right up and try to win a Cupid doll, but you didn't get one that time. Let me see something here. I mean, here's your guys. Look, here's your guys, right? Here's your guys, M-Ball. Got Don Pettit. I'd go to the moon at a nanosecond, but NASA discovered all the technology, destroyed all technology, and it's a painful process to get it back. And you got Elon Musk says you can tell it's real because it's so fake. And here's our guy Robert Simmons, creator of the Blue Marble 2. He says it's photoshopped, but it has to be. When asked what is gravity, Neil deGrasse Tyson said, "I don't know. Next question." Good job, scientist. Here we got a NASA engineer regarding the Van Allen belts. He said, "We must solve these challenges before we send humans through this region of space." But we went through that region of space several times in the 70s. Would you mind explaining to me how that occurred? Well, it didn't affect us because we didn't know about it yet. Then they asked him if they saw stars right after they got back when they were all sad looking at their press conference. He says, "I don't recall what stars you could see. And I don't remember seeing any stars." And here's our guy, Scott Kelly. Isn't he the husband of that? Isn't he the husband of that guy, that woman, that senator or something that got shot in the head? Yeah, that's a different one. You're all a bunch of liars. Anyways, he says sometimes during spacewalks, flecks of paint come off of the ISS and they look like bubbles. Sure. Right on. And President Obama, "We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society." I mean, it's just excuses after excuses after excuses. Is Joe in here too? Is he still here? Joe, you need to see this shit too, because I'm gonna keep this too, because this is a good one. Hang on. You're gonna need to see this, bro. Because this is what you believe is occurring right now. Stop. Damn. Trying to get everything set up over here. Maybe I should not hit the bong so much. I don't know. Here we go. Watch. This is what you think is going on, Joe. Bulgy gooch. All they're good for is excuses. Yep. You see that? Look at there. See, now that first thing they show, that's what most people think, right? Oh, this little static rolling around a central point that's stationary like that. It's not. Here's another thing too. What causes the earth to spin? Why is the earth spinning in the first fucking place? What makes it spin? Where does it get the energy to do that from? Don't make no sense. Can anybody explain that? See, this is what everybody just looks at, like the thing you make in kindergarten or whatever, and you learn the names of the planets. You use little styrofoam balls and wire hangers and shit, right? That's not what it looks like, man. This is what you think is actually happening. There you go. Put it into motion. Yet all our constellations remain the same for aeons, right? That'd be like you going on a trip and expecting the same mountain that you pass by to look the same the whole trip. Not even fucking possible. Not even close to possible. So that's one big one right there. Funny how it resembles the shape of DNA within man. Yeah, maybe if indeed that's true, you know, they might be fucking lying to us about that shit. Oh yeah, the bending of and warping of space-time. Here's the thing. All right, so I was thinking about this. And to kind of put it into more of a context so you could understand it, how it would be. Now we have the moon is going around the earth, and the earth is supposedly going around the sun. And this is all due to the gravity. The gravity of the sun is holding the earth and making it and it's orbiting that. And then the moon is orbiting us. So what I want you to imagine is this. You have a track that's on an incline. Okay? It's on an incline and it's in a circle. And you get a car going around it, I don't know, say 40 miles an hour. Okay? That's all you'd have to do. 40 miles an hour. Now, granted, this thing is tilted in toward the center of the track. So you got a car going around this track that's in a circle on an incline. So it's wanting to keep centrifugal force to hold it from sliding down toward the center of the track. It'd have to keep adjusting itself to stay to the outside. All right. Now, you have to have, say you're on a motorcycle, and now you have to drive circles around that car that's going around that track at that incline. Now, keep in mind that pulling in toward the center of the track because of the incline is going to be affecting everything. So if we think about that incline as the gravitational pull of the sun, what's that going to do to our motorcycle rider as he tries to drive circles around this car as it goes around that track? Just play with that in your head for a little bit and see what it does. Right? I wish I was a graphic person. I could actually draw that out or something. You know, that would be really cool. Let's see. Is this me? No. This goes back this way. Oh yeah, these are some interesting little clouds. I've seen these in California. And I've got some pictures I took in California. They call them lenticular clouds, but these are kind of cool. Somebody filmed these today. Yeah, they're some of the most bizarre clouds I've ever seen. You like almost swear it's a freaking UFO or something. Might be. Who knows? Maybe they're cloaking themselves as clouds. Yeah, I've had these before. They're really cool. I don't know. You guys ever seen those before? Anybody? Little green man. Nikki Duncan. Did you see the vagina cloud filmed recently? No, I did not see a vagina cloud filmed recently. I can't say that I caught that one. I'm sure I would have remembered that. Absolutely. 100%. What is this here? Oh, yeah. That guy's full of shit. Yeah, so much I got to cut off to be able to do this. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, like, yeah, what we're saying is this is what you got to understand. This is where I was going with this. My bad. This weed is called RS11. And it is, I'll tell you what. And in old Sav, he's got like, you know, I smoke anybody under the table. This shit got me faded, bro. Got me faded hard.
Welcome.
But yeah, without their fucking space and shit, all their lies and stuff come apart, man. It's the men behind the curtain, right? They require you to keep believing in space. They'll even give you back Trump, man. Anything. As long as you keep playing space, keep playing with these guys. Oh my God. The whole thing does fall apart without their fake space and their globe, man. It really does. Because then people want to know, what the fuck you been spending that money on, man? What have you been doing with that? Where are we really at? What are we doing? You've been lying to us about everything. And I'll tell you what, man, because this is the thing. Once you come to the realization, then you realize that there's people in high places, and you know they gotta fucking know. You know they know, right? And you go, you motherfuckers, you lie, you lie, you lie, you lie about everything, even where I live at. I can't believe you about nothing. And that's where it goes with that, man. That's exactly how it goes. It does.
Welcome to Storytime from Space.
And I'd like to help you understand why it's a place that is magic.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
You see, my boy, it's nature's way. Upon the weak, the strong ones prey.
I used to work for a man named Warner Van Brown. He believed that the youth of America was a very valuable resource.
I started saying I wanted to be an astronaut when I was 5 years old.
And his concern was that we must prepare for the next generation of space travel. And to do that, we must have a bright, challenging young group of people coming up to meet the requirements of our next effort.
I interviewed 4 times over 12 years.
At some point in the future, we're going to look back and say, how did we do it without space?
I'm absolutely convinced the emphasis here on space is absolutely vital to our
new world order. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order.
We must have a bright, challenging young group of people.
It will be many years yet before our plans can fully materialize.
We're going to look back and say, how did we do it without space?
And the magic begin.
Into worlds beyond our wildest imagination.
Is it the future? Is it the key to reaching the stars?
Or is it just 5 totally awesome days away from mom and dad?
Fantasyland. Here is a world of imagination, hopes, and dreams. Magic and make-believe are reborn, and fairy tales come true.
Fucking Disney
Fantasyland is
connection.
dedicated to the young and the young in heart. To those who believe that when you wish upon a star, your dreams do come true.
Rejected by NASA 7 times, but the 8th time.
Discoveries that were miracles a few short years ago are accepted as commonplace today. Many of the things that seem impossible now will become realities tomorrow.
My favorite part about living up there was the flying. I loved it. It was like being Peter Pan.
Everybody's a superhero. You're not floating, you're flying.
I remember if you wake up late at night or something and get out of bed that you're not back on the space station, because if you think you're back on the space station, you'll jump out of bed, try to float to go to another room, and you'll end up on the floor.
The school kids we show these to always like those scenes.
Created a dream for millions and millions of young kids.
This is what it's about. We are having fun. We are excited.
Burrito of awesomeness smothered in awesome sauce.
All the dreams you created in other people's minds, other young kids.
Let's dream a little. For so many, that's really what it is all about.
I did submit 7 applications along the way.
The future of space travel is being written right now. Dreams and imagination.
Writers of fiction have dreamed of such a journey, a long, impossible dream.
The stories that they tell fit especially well in this exhibit, Moving Beyond Earth.
We could only dream.
Fiction means it's a made-up story. Fiction means it's a made-up story.
Into the solar system and into beyond, into the distant galaxies.
Fiction means it's a made-up story.
Imagination, will to explore.
It was the work of thousands of dreamers, thanks to their invincible spirit.
Interviewed 5 times before I was selected.
No dream is impossible.
I would love to be an astronaut one day.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
You think that's a hit in elementary schools? Those little minds?
That's where they hit them, in the elementary schools. Those little minds. That's the ones they go after right off the bat.
Welcome to Story.
You know, these fools actually, some people on here actually set up a, where the fuck was that? Let me find this real quick. I think it's way up here. Whoop. A flat earth helpline. And they did this on, it says, if this is an emergency, please hang up and call 911. But this is actually some people talking on a, check this out. This is just stupid.
Topic is hot. The big question is
is the Earth flat? And the bigger question is, why do so many people think the Earth is flat? That's what blows a lot of people away. They can't believe how much traction this has.
Like, it's literally the butt of a joke. He gets people fired up. If you think that, you must be a flat earther, is the common refrain.
Somebody was arguing. I could hear it. It was embarrassing.
Yeah, but
this is a helpline. This is a helpline.
There's somebody who's confused about the shape of the Earth, and we're helping them understand it.
What? You have a helpline?
Yes. They think that the
Wow.
Earth is flat, and we're helping them understand that it's not flat.
Look at the title of the space. That's a flat Earth helpline. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, good job. We are here not to debate what the shape is.
We're not looking for evidence regarding the Earth.
I'm not certain of anything else in reality more than that this model reflects reality. We looked at the Earth and it was a globe. So we're all good on that now.
It makes me sometimes uncomfortable when I get angry or frustrated with them. I don't always want to do that.
So I call them parasites. Like, that's what these accounts are, literally parasites, parasitic organisms. I get angry. That's how I lost my cool. Come on.
And that's the thing too. I mean, these guys are so immersed into this that they actually put this thing on there on Spaces on X to say, hey, if you're believing in the flat Earth, we can help you. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? How far into yourself do you have to be to actually go with that? I mean, wow, man, come on. And that's just like this, what was that? M-Ball showing up here and says, oh, that droplet of water, there's water not being flat. It's like, what the fuck part of water at rest? Water at rest. Do you not understand what rest means? You understand what the difference between potential and kinetic energy is? Was the drop of water in a state of kinetic energy? Yes, it was. Absolutely. Shekel parasites. Absolutely right, bro. Absolutely right. Well, we got a whole bunch of people in here right now. I gotta show that Professor Dave that shill video again, because that was pretty good. That song, the shill song. This is great, you guys. I want to commend whoever put this fucking shit out, because this is hilarious. Now we got 101 watching. I want to welcome everybody. I'll give a shout out after the song to everybody that's in the chats of all three channels. So this is pretty good. You guys are going to like this. Those of you that weren't here to see it earlier, you're going to love this. So let me just share this. There we go. There we go. Ah, bastard.
He's been propped up on YouTube to deny it is luck. And everybody laughs at him when he says it's a ball. He really thinks he's clever, but all he knows is fuck all. Oh, Polycat's whacker, he wears a whacker's hat. He hangs out with Simon and to deny the earth is flat. And everybody laughs when he gets out his big whiteboard. If he's really a teacher, then we're really quite appalled. Oh, Craig McNeil's a whacker, he wears a whacker's hat. He likes playing on his Xbox and denying the earth is flat. And everybody laughs at him when he says what a Benz. But he gets a pat on his back from his deluded friends. Oh, Creaky is a whacker, he wears a whacker's hat. He's fairly new on YouTube and he's more like Baldy Cat. Now everybody laughs and says he looks like Michael Stipe. And everything he says is just one scene in Parashack. Oh, Sally is a whacker, he wears a whacker's hat. He kisses all their asses and denies the earth is flat. And everybody laughs when he says rivers flow uphill. Cause we all know he's talking shit and just a YouTube show. They're all a bunch of whackers, they all wear whackers hats. They're all propped up on YouTube to deny the earth is flat. And everybody laughs at them it, then they're never gonna win.
Good evening. You're muted.
Oh, I said, how'd you like that little ditty?
Yeah. I just love it because, hearsay is a big thing in court. If somebody didn't hear it with their own ears, it's hearsay, right?
Right.
They can't prove something as evidence and it didn't happen, right?
Right.
But yet, when it comes to something like a globe or whatever, they can't prove it. They've never seen it proven. And it's just been hearsay all these years. I mean, I don't fault them for it. They just believe the bullshit. But yeah, that was pretty cool.
What's with all these dudes with the little turd dollop thing on the top of their head, man? I don't get it.
Well, back in the day when babies were little boys, they would do that to their hair when they were babies. I guess these men are just showing that they never grew up. I don't know.
Okay, let's see. I got Dr. Laws over on the backup channel. I see.
Yeah, I didn't realize you had your other channel back up. That's not the notification I got, but
yeah, I got
now
both.
I have both of you, and I'm on StreamYards.
So that's what I want to say. Everybody, if you're subscribe to this channel, whichever one you're on, and then go over to the other one, okay? Too, and subscribe. I want to get the sub count up at least kind of comparable to what we have over here on this one, because when YouTube goes and does their little shenanigan bullshit and wants to go back in time, and this is what they do too. This is one of the things they do. They'll change your fucking rules, right?
Right.
And then they'll go back and find something that you did before they had that rule and then fuck with you retroactively about it. See? So that's what we want to make sure that I got this backup channel over here. That's why next few days I'm going to start off on both, and then I'm going to get everybody to migrate over to Sav's place and finish the show up over there. And of course, I'm always over at Rumble, and we're going to start getting into some heavy duty shit when we go over off of this platform and onto the other one, stuff that they will not let you talk about at all over here because it's important. And
well, it seems like some of the other places where it was supposed to be open access to whatever you want to talk about, now some of those are starting to shut people down. So it's not them. It's not necessarily the company themselves. It's the provider themselves that they're saying you cannot allow this to be on your streams. This can't be talked about.
Listen,
that's the provider. That's the service provider doing that.
See, that's bullshit. They need to fucking quit nonsense right there, right off the bat. Because look, man, if what I say is bullshit, then what are you worried about? Right in the first place. Secondly, what they want to do is they want to so loosely construe their guidelines to where they're able to, their little people there, the little blue-haired communist bitches in the fucking basement of Google, can then use their feelings, not if it really does break it or anything, but they stretch it to the point because it affected their feelings about what she said. And it's a real simple thing, man. Get it. Not everybody feels the same way, man. Some people don't feel the same way, and we're allowed to express ourselves if we have a different idea or opinion. So they need to stop that shit. Flatzoid's here. Cool. Good to see you, brother. Let's see. Flatzoid for sale. Mojo's here. There's Flatzoid. What's up, brother? Let me get to.
I don't mind listening to people's opinions. Hello, Flatzoid.
You guys.
What's happening, bro?
Good. I decided to get up early this morning and saw you live, so decided to pop by for a few minutes before I do my experiment.
Oh, what experiment are you doing?
Gonna debunk gravity.
Oh, cool.
Looking forward to that.
I was just showing about that just a second ago, man. I mean, that's you're filming it, of course, right?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Gonna do hypothesis filming, counter arguments, go through data research, different systematical experimentation, everything. The whole tutti.
Good. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. A little bit more in depth than the Cavendish.
Oh yeah. Cavendish wasn't even science, so
no, it wasn't. This guy, some inbred elite guy, hung some balls in his shed and watched him from his house, and say, "Hey, look, here's some guy back in the 1800s did this, and that proves it." Okay. Let's just go with that. Why not? Sure. Let's just play make believe. How'd you like that little song?
Which one?
Did you?
So many.
You didn't catch it. Oh, you'll have to back up and check it again, or I can play it again. It's got one. It's about Craig from Fight the Flat Earth, Shyman Dan, all these guys. It's hilarious, man.
Yeah, I'll definitely rewind data and check it out.
You know what? We could actually, let me see if I can find it again. I still have it. I'll play it again just because I hate those guys so fucking bad. You're going to love this, man. Hang on. One second.
Oh, by Mr. Cheswick. He makes awesome music.
Simon Dan's a whacker, he wears a whacker's hat. He's been propped up on YouTube to deny the atheist flat. And everybody laughs at him and he says it's a ball. He really thinks he's clever, but all he knows is fuck all. Oh, Baldy Cat's a whacker, he wears a whacker's hat. He hangs out with Simon Dan to deny the atheist flat. And everybody laughs when he gets out his big white board. If he's really a teacher, then we're really quite a poor. Oh, Craig McNeil's a whacker, he wears a whacker's hat. He likes playing on his Xbox and denying the atheist flat. And everybody laughs at him when he says what a Benz. But he gets up pats on his back from his deluded friends. Oh, Creaky is a whacker, he wears a whacker's hat. He's fairly new on YouTube and he's bald like Baldy Cat. Now everybody laughs and says he looks like Michael Stipe. And everything he says is just one scene in Parasite. Oh, Sally is a whacker, he wears a whacker's hat. He kisses all their asses and denies the atheist flat. And everybody laughs when he says rivers flow uphill. Cause we all know he's talking shit and just a YouTube shell. They're all a bunch of whackers, they all wear whackers hats. They're all propped up on YouTube to deny the atheist flat. And everybody laughs at them when they claim that we spit. But unless he demonstrates it, then they're never gonna win.
Brilliant.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Now, Mr. Cheswick is awesome.
So we looked at your at Sean Hawkins proving that he could blow. Video. Oh my God!
I watched your guys' stream. I must say, Dreamy, your comments on that is 100% accurate. I agree totally.
Yeah, I don't know which is worse, hit that or McToon's column of air.
Oh, it's crazy.
He says, okay, I have a column of air right here. And I was like, what is he talking about? You know, I mean, that's like saying, and actually his other demonstration was exactly the same thing. It'd be like you're standing underwater in a pool and going, look, I have a ball of water and you're under the water. It's like, no, you don't. That's all in your head. What are you talking about? I just
while I'm planning on making an animation for that exact argument, you know, like Benjamin Owen did with the sniper and the Coriolis. I was planning on doing 2 fishes in the fish pond.
Okay.
Meant like trying to fight for no containment. So I got a nice idea for that, a nice skit.
Well, I don't know how they can ever think that. There was a guy here on Twitter that I said, show a gas pressure system without containment. So he sent this picture of a flask with, an open top, and it had some kind of pink gas in it, I guess hexafluoride or something. And I said, so that's got a container. And he says, well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't have a top on it. I said, take away the flask. Now I'll have that, right? Take away the flask and show me that. And so what he did was he zoomed in on the picture so that you couldn't see the flask anymore and said, there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They are very desperate when they do things like that.
Well, that's exactly like when they show you, show me a fluid pressure system without containment, and they show you a water droplet.
Oh, yeah. Surface
And I'm
tension.
like, do you realize how desperate that makes you look? That's your example? That's your example right there. Okay, we were discussing the Earth. You're talking about a fucking water droplet. All right, cool. Wow.
But I mean, I will even give them, let's take a huge vacuum chamber. I'll take that as the universe, for let's say. And then you take a open system inside that with a high gas pressure and see if it will just stay down inside there indefinitely thanks to gravity. And they can't do that. Even sulfur hexafluoride disperses into the available system given time. That's why the arrow of time exists. They ignore this.
Well, that, and they'll try to say like, oh, well, gas is affected by gravity. And it's like, well, wait a second. Is it though? And then I had somebody bring up the idea of carbon dioxide, like when you melt off dry ice or frozen carbon dioxide. And I said, that's just because it's colder. It's denser. I said, it's not going to stay there. Where does it go? Once it gets up to temperature, it's gone. It dissipates into those. I can't get it with these guys, man.
It's the same as when I give arguments, when they do fracking and stuff, then you get CO2 pooling, where you get sections of CO2 just pooling all over the ground. And then it's unsafe to say because you'll die, obviously, because of the dense gas. But given it enough time, you come back, it's gone. There's no more CO2 there. It's dispersed into the surrounding areas. But they'll say, no, you see, gravity's pulling it down. Well, if gravity's pulling it down, it will stay there. It will never disperse.
Right. It'll just stay there. There'll be a layer of this shit on the ground everywhere, right there.
Yeah. Why did it bother to come up in the first place?
Exactly.
Right. Good, Dreamy. Good. See,
I mean, my brain just thinks that way. If it's just logical. If it was gravity holding there, it would never came up to the surface.
So how are we going to get that fella how are we going to get that guy to debate you, man?
He's already running away, and he's white knights in his chat are trying to scare him off of it. So they're doing their best to tell him, no, don't talk to Flatzoid, because they know what's going to happen. I mean, I've even had some of those people come to my channel and like, oh, you got such a small channel. So what the hell has that got to do with anything?
Right. That's why I said you could even come to my channel, go to Flatzoid, or we could both talk to you at the same time. I mean, we can set that up too. Bring somebody with you.
They're afraid they will lose their minions. They're afraid they might learn something and a light bulb go off, and then they're going, oh crap, wait a minute, you're right, Flatzoid.
That's exactly that.
And then go back to them and say, why were you trying to lie to us, and why did you try to deter us from going over there and talking to them? You know what I mean? So backfire on them. That's what they're afraid of.
Well, I still, I mean, and my gut tells me I'm right about this, and I'm not saying all of them, but some of these bigger globe hater outfits that are out there, they made a deal somewhere, man. And whether it was due to not be in trouble for something, or whether it was just a good payoff opportunity, or whatever it was, because you know, and I know that these guys like McToon, Craig, the rest of them, they're not stupid. And they've heard these arguments. They've compared these arguments in their head, and they know that their shit doesn't hold water. So they know better. So what's the motivation? Why are they're put out there by the platform, man? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They
I mean, look at many of these large channels. They can play a video, say nothing. They're just sitting there looking for like, 2-3 minutes, and they won't get striked. Where someone like us, you stop it every 5 seconds, and they still manage to find something to strike you with.
That's exactly right. They're picayune as all hell and just trying to shut you down. And like I was saying earlier, they loosely construe their community guidelines, and instead of going by, did that really violate the guidelines, or did that hurt my feelings? And they go by feelings. And you can't have any kind of discourse with that. You really can't. As soon as you start worrying about, oh, somebody might be offended, or somebody might get their feelings hurt, or somebody. And this medical misinformation shit, that's got me. I mean, if you're getting your advice about what to do with your body from YouTube, I would think twice about that, man. If you're not actually researching shit and looking into it yourself, then I don't know what to tell you. You're a hopeless case anyhow. You know? I mean, I surely hope nobody would come to me for any kind of medical advice. I would tell you, you know, at all. I'm just telling you what's worked. I would tell you what's worked in my life, you know, that kind of thing.
The problem is, if you do share medical things, they usually do work, but because it doesn't follow the strict guidelines of trying to get the people killed, you get shown to be just misinformation. That's how it works, because today the society is all about, how do I make money, instead of let's get the people better. I mean, think about it. Doctors won't exist if nobody needs a doctor. So they have to force this kind of thing in.
Well, you know, I can kind of, in a way, I can see an argument on disinformation, right? But still, you got to be careful. Always vet everything that you hear. I don't care who you hear it from, right? Like I saw this girl video today. This girl and her mom, they decided to prank her dad, and so she called the dad and said, "Yeah." She goes, "So I saw on TikTok that these gas stations have the green pumps and that it's Christmas gas." Well, it's diesel, right? And he's like, "Oh no, please tell me you did." And she goes, "Yeah, is that bad?" And he goes, "Yeah. How much did you put in?" She's like, "About a half a tank." And he's like, "Well, first thing I can tell you is you need to get off that damn TikTok," right? And they were just pranking him. But I mean, that is kind of the thing. And this is what gets me though, is although it comes off as something noble and a good idea, you know, like saying, hey, people, don't do this, it's not a true thing, right? But what it's come to, these fact check things that they put on posts and everything else like that, instead of people looking at them and going, oh, well, that person put out some false information, they're looking at it like, oh, Facebook don't want me to see that, it must be true.
That's also true.
You know, because I've got a funny meme, I've posted it a few times, and it's never got a fact check on it. It says the government is tracking you through your tires.
Wow.
That there's a GPS in your tire, and if you cut off the antenna, they can't track you anymore. And it shows cutting off the valves, Tim.
But I'm sorry, then you know people are very gullible if they're going to believe things like that, though. Some things are really way out there.
Right.
I mean,
it's about having, you know, common sense and a brain and thinking for yourself. This is why, you know, just because somebody else does something doesn't mean that you have to, and you can make those choices. And who's going to fact check all that? Right. You know, people have been joking around and making jokes about stupid stuff forever.
Well, that's the thing too. And I'm like, no way, man. Look, they didn't put no fact check on this. And I'm looking at it like this, because you got people that do shit, dumb shit, you know, like those some stupid TikTok challenge, like, you know, suck on a hot muffler challenge or something like that, and it's devastating. And you know, so I can kind of see, I mean, we have a day and age where you have to put "do not eat this wrapper" on a fast food wrapper.
Yeah, you're supposed to only eat the hamburger, not the wrapper.
Yeah, there's the ranks of Mensa is definitely thinning out. I can definitely
Tell us again how civilization is progressing with the IQ.
and while they
Lowering
tell
every
you
day.
and while they tell you this is what they do with the education system too, because each one of these groups of kids, they're told subsequently that they are much brighter and much smarter than the people that came before them, based on a progression of time. And they believe that. They just arbitrarily believe it. And so here at the school, the whole thing is to teach you a whole bunch about nothing. And these people going through it think they're learning some shit. And they get done. The people give them a piece of paper and say, "Congratulations, you're smart now." And they go, "All right, look at me," you know, and that's it. And they're not. They've never been taught how to think. They've only been taught to accept information from an authoritative source and memorize it. If you want to be smart, you have to memorize information from an authoritative source, not work it out. None of these people that bang the gravity bell, I don't think half of them have ever thought, wait a second, you're just talking about an effect. What's the cause? You can't have the cause be the effect. Did that ever occur to you? Oh, no.
Well, you see, this is when they just come and they just go over to the parroting side and just say, "No, we don't know what it is, but we're working on it. Science doesn't prove things."
Oh my God.
Well, one of the things that really, I think that caused the biggest dumbing down of our children is the multiple choice. We didn't have very much multiple choice in school when I was going to school when I was young, but now that's all pretty much what it is, multiple choice. So if you've read something, you can choose the right answer. You don't even have to think about what to say or what to write as your answer. You just pick the right answer.
Yeah.
Well, and it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse since they had these standards of learning, at least here in the United States. I don't know about other places, but I'm sure it's just as bad. They've got the same type of farming, just different governors. Mm-hmm. So this whole thing has caused what they call teaching to the test. In other words, memorizing the answers to the questions that are going to be on the test rather than actually understanding what the answers to those questions mean. You don't have to know what they mean. Just know what the answer is.
Well, even look how much points you get just for writing a name and surname. It's almost passing you just for your name and surname.
Yep.
So you just literally need to get one guess right with your name and surname and you passed. What has happened?
It counted as a question. What's your name?
I mean, our Minister of Education can't even count, and she tries to push the pass rate system to 38%.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's how bad it's getting. Just
Wow.
it's now discrimination to fail someone.
Well, I think the Baltimore schools here, the Baltimore schools just north of, I ain't too far north of us. I'm about an hour and a half away from Washington, D.C. So, but I'm out in the woods. I think they said less than 5% were literate in their schools.
It's crazy.
I mean, how does that happen?
Because even here, everybody's starting to push to go to homeschooling because how bad everything's starting to go. And now the government's even trying to outlaw homeschooling.
Yeah. Well, it's against it. We've had actually, if you really look here, we used to have a thing too called truant officers. These were cops that went around and looked for kids that weren't in school.
Right.
And find out why they're not in school. They actually take them back to school or take them to their parents and find out why they're not being in school or if they're enrolled and all this other shit. And it should make people suspect. Why do they want me to be enrolled in school so badly? Why do they want me in this thing so bad? When somebody pushes something on me real hard, I'm like, okay, what's in it for you?
You also
Right.
have to be careful with the homeschooling, because now if you're homeschooling, you have to register that through the state, which they want test every so often to make sure that the children are learning what the state curriculum is. So there's things to be careful of, because just because you can homeschool doesn't mean that the children are actually going to learn anything.
See, the nice thing
know.
is, if you're at home, though, you are able to correct them and say, even though your curriculum is teaching you this kind of thing,
Right.
this is just based on a push curriculum that's actually false, and you can still give Christian values if you're trying to,
Right.
teach
Right.
your values and things. When they're at a school, they just have to parrot what the teacher teaches them. And if the teacher, for
Right.
instance, says, sorry, you can decide to be a, male or female, it's your choice kind of thing, they can't fight back. But at home, you can explain to them, look, this is what they teach. But
Well,
this is the
that's just
differences.
that's as long as the parents are doing the teaching and interacting. But if they're there on a computer program, which is what a lot of the states have been pushing, and then they make sure that your child's in their accredited system, even though they stay at home. If the parents don't stay interactive and continue to work with them, it doesn't work any better than if they went to regular school, is what I'm saying. So parents do definitely have to stay interactive with their children so that they can explain those things.
Hmm. But you see, today's society, people are pushed to be, how can I say, non-social, kind of, social, but only on the social webs kind of way, not personally with
Right.
anybody anymore. Even if you go out for a dinner, you see the whole family sitting there all on their phones, not actually communicating with each other.
Right.
And this is why if you get like a homeschooler and the mom or the dad's there to teach them, they're not actually there. They're on their phones the whole time, just leaving them. Oh, you're on the computer, you got your online tutor, so everything's
Right.
fine.
Right.
Well, that's Rockefeller himself even said, well, they sent this guy, right? This guy is the father of modern American public education, over to Prussia to study compulsory education system that they had over there. And this whole thing was designed to instill patriotism, keep the people actually dumbed down by teaching them a whole lot about nothing. Okay. Came back here, they implemented this thing here in the United States. Shortly thereafter, we had the National Education Association was founded. They got this woman who was like a school teacher, a real school mom looking woman, right, to be the head of it. Once they got it firmly implanted and started putting out NEA approved materials and curriculums to the schools and shit, they fired her, and the real head of it, John Rockefeller, became the head of it. And he's quoted as saying, I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers. And that's exactly, that has been the whole aim. So Lisa asked me, says, how involved are you in the local school system? I'm involved to the point where I urge people to take their children out of the public indoctrination centers and teach them at home. They can do this with just a minimum amount of hours per week, as opposed to the school where the kids spending now an hour or more on a freaking bus going to and from the school because they got to drop each kid off at their house now instead of being at a bus stop. And they'll learn a lot more. That's how involved I am with it. I'm resentful at the idea that I am forced to pay money into the system that funds such a prison type operation. And that's exactly how I view it. I viewed it as a prison when I was a kid, and I still view it as a prison.
They call
when my grandson comes home from school or something like that, I see him every so often. He'll, like on a Friday, I say, how is school? He says, sucks. It's a prison. I say, I know. I don't disagree with him, not one bit. Not one bit.
Well, they call them institutions. What did they call the places where they kept the mental patients? Institutions. Why can't people see that, you know, it's the same thing. The prisons are institutions.
It's exactly the same.
Yes.
You're in a regimented facility, basically, where you have to you gotta raise your hand to ask a question. You gotta get a special piece of paper to go take a dump, you know. And if you don't have that little special piece of paper the system has in place, some of your fellow students who have been granted special abilities above you, called hall monitors, that are liable to write you up on a piece of paper and turn you into the authorities, which you'll have to answer for your crime of going to take a dump without a piece of paper. And they make it seem like it's some real serious shit, you know?
I forget the reason why it came up, but somebody said one time, well, pretty soon they're going to be charging this to piss. And this is back in the late 80s. And I said, they already do. You get a sewage bill. You pay to drink the water, then you pay to, you know, to flush it down the toilet. You already pay, and
you're paying to have it recycled back into your water again too.
Well, actually, a lot of cities, and one of the reasons why we don't see great big huge sewer ponds everywhere like way back in the day, is because they've been piping that, creating biogas, and selling it back to you as natural gas. Goes back into the system. So
is that the right one?
That's why everything goes around in circles like it's on a ball, I guess. It floats. Shit floats. They send it back to you.
Where I got that stupid thing. It's funny as shit. Let me see if I can find that. Maybe it's in here. There it is. Okay. You probably haven't seen this, Flat, so this is pretty funny. So we know that are up there in the International Fake Station, they, you know, water, think about having to take water, how much weight that is. And it's I believe the last quote I saw on poundage, how much it costs per pound to launch things up to the space station. I think it was $94,000 a pound is what it cost. And so they can't take their own water up there all the time because that's a lot of heavy shit that so what they've been doing is, I guess, recycling their urine. And
yeah, they even use the recycled urine to breathe because they use electrolysis apparently to create the oxygen for them. But my point is, now if you're recycling something, let's say for your urine and things, do they not think that eventually it will run out?
Of course it will, because you absorb water and then you got to figure what evaporates off of you just through natural perspiration and you don't even feel all the time. Where's that going to? Eventually it's going to run out. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're using that same urine for drinking water, like you said. They use it for different things. How many people on the fake space station? Not many. Now tell me how much gallons of urine is maybe maximum 6 people are going to offer a day? Hardly anything.
It would have to be one of the best biosphere you could imagine. It would have to replicate in every aspect just like Earth does. And they can't do it.
Yeah.
They can't do it. They did that. I don't know if he's seen it, but they did a biosphere and they built it and they put 8 people in it. Look it up. You'll find it. But check it out. I remember that. I see it was back in the 90s. And
yeah, it was for Mars or something, I think.
And
whatever. Yeah.
They did it for, I forget how many years, 4 years, something like that. But anyways, it had issues. I remember the stuff that whenever they first went into it and when they were talking about it and planning it, you know. But in order to have everything cycle like it does on Earth, because, you know, we have stuff decaying all the time in all plant matter, animal matter, whatever. There's fat that turns to oil. It percolates down through the soil. We have gas stuff that's rising up. Our oceans give us the most oxygen from the algae that it produces, you know, to replenish our air. So, I mean, they got to have one hell of a system in order to keep it running up there on the space planet.
Yeah, the numbers don't add up. Exactly.
No.
It's just really, how do you sustain what they need to sustain with a little bit of that they have? It's just impossible.
Did you see the test? Did you see the test for this thing? This is pretty cool.
NASA urine recycler, test 1, sample 1. It's the first water we've got out of the machine. This will allow astronauts to recycle their urine and sweat into beautiful, clean, clear drinking water. First sample, transparency, subpar. Oh. That's just straight up crazy. Smell. And
Oh, I don't care how much a person pays me. I wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
It's yellow. That fits all the way down to the bottom.
Maybe they needed Bear Grylls for this.
They will tell you to do that in the desert if you're, you know, dying of thirst, you know, to conserve. But still, yeah.
Even long term, it's bad for you. I mean,
Yes,
it's
it
like
is.
a last resolution resort just to hydrate a bit to get somewhere to civilization. If you're going to
Right.
carry on doing that, you're going to die of sickness.
Exactly. Well, there's much better way. There's cactus that you can get your liquid and stuff from if you're out there stuck in the desert. But there's people that don't know that, so they die of lack of knowledge, and that's what it is. No matter what the topic is, if you don't have knowledge, you know you're gonna not thrive in that condition. But
Yeah.
you can't tell me that they're up there living, growing their own food, watering it, drinking, peeing, recycling it, and managing to keep the whole system going and still have enough oxygen and whatnot for themselves.
Yeah, it's crazy. Just gonna say, yeah, metaphysics, urine therapy is a thing, but it's
Well, I loved aquariums when I was young. So, you know, you learn about filtration and water quality and all kinds of things like that, you know, when you get into fish keeping hobby or whatever you want to call it. So you just learn. I mean,
When I was at Flattoberfest, they were talking about that. One of the speakers talked about it. And apparently there's like stem cells in your urine. It is sterile when it comes out of you. I just can't bring myself to it. And they say, well, it's just a social stigma. But a friend of mine, he met us there. He lives in Arizona. And he stayed at the timeshare with us, but he was talking about the whole thing. He was like, yeah, man, I've done it. It's cool. It's all right. It does. It's got great health benefits and shit. And I'm just like, I can't bring myself to doing it. I just can't. It's yuck. You know, that's my feelings on it, but I don't know. Maybe there is something to it. I was like, you know, if we start doing that, then how far along are we before we start eating deep fried shit? You know, like we gotta stop somewhere, you know?
Well, it's not healthy for you. It's in a desert or a situation where you're dying of thirst.
Yeah.
It's only to try to sustain you because you do need fluids. And, you know, that would be the only time. But the more you keep doing that, the stronger your pee or your urine will get. And then it can actually cause your body to, start breaking down, shut down. It's not good for you.
Oh, Flatzoid, I wanted to
Temporary.
ask you, what's up with this Rachie, man?
She's going totally haywire. She's frankly, in my books, I think she's trying to grow her channel by trolling now. You know what I mean? So I've decided I'm going to kind of just ignore her, because it gets to a point where you've explained something a plethora of times, And if a person is inept to understand, for instance, a horizon is not physical, there's no point in discussing further then, because if you can't get the simplest of concepts, do you think they're going to get more complex things in understanding? No. So I think she knows what's going on. She's just being dishonest because she's become part of this wolf pack idiot club. And they're all just a band of, well, sorry to say, morons.
I have to agree with. Did you know that what's his nuts McToon? Did you know that dude has a flat earther channel?
Really?
Yeah, it's called. I'm trying to see if I thought I had it bookmarked. It's called Flatty McFlat something.
Oh, McFlatface. Flatty McFlatface. I've heard of it.
Yeah.
He's trolled my channel with that before, but I didn't know he had an actual channel.
Yeah. It's I had it on here one time and I looked at it. It was just sad as shit. And he tries to be like it's not him, but you can totally tell it is him. I asked him about it and he said, "Oh yeah, that's my cousin." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, right. What's up with this guy?"
164 subscribers.
Did you find it?
There's one. Let me just send you a link.
Put it.
I don't know if it's this. I don't know if it's this one. I'm gonna stick in a private chat. You can. There we go.
Let's see. I think.
Don't know if it's this one.
A lot of those people, they're just doing what they're doing out of entertainment. And I want to say that entertainment, when I hear that word, I always think of artificial entertainment. I don't need entertained. I can entertain myself. So when I hear that entertainment word, I become very skeptical and extremely cautious.
No, that's not the guy. That's not it.
It's not him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the only one I know about. And,
yeah, that's I forget what it was called. Somebody in the chat might remember what that was, but it was funny as shit. I went on there and and looked at it, and it was what's up with the guy? What is up with these guys, man? I think that, all right, this is just my opinion. It's like, okay, here's the deal. You can either serve 6 years for such and such that we found on your computer or whatever else, and or you can do this other thing and only have to pay a certain fine or whatever, like a plea agreement. Because I can't see these guys all the time just keep putting out that same tired bullshit that gets shot down every time, but with the same stuff. And I was thinking, what would be funny? What if nobody responded to him anymore? What if nobody just gave him any attention? Would they be out of a job?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going to be changing next year, kind of thing. I'll be kind of doing a thing, but I won't be responding directly to them. You know what I mean? So they can do that, because I've noticed, especially these last few weeks and months, they get really, really triggered if you don't answer them, if you just ignore them.
Right.
They have some kind of weird obsession that they need you to answer them.
Yes.
So I'm just going to let them do their thing, and then I'm going to do my thing. And because I've seen it as they need to latch onto us. Who needs to latch on? I mean, even, don't you think it's weird now? Craig's not even bothering anymore, because I just told him that's okay. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. So now he's trying to go, and now he's the whole time with some guy or whatever. And that guy, eventually that's going to run dry. Then he's going to have to look for another avenue of content. If we all just leave them, they'll eventually just have to die off.
They're like fleas, and when you respond to them, they latch on, and you now become their host. And the more that you continue to entertain them and try to get them to understand and coddle them like babies, they're just all there,
Exactly.
But you're right. When you start to say, you know what, you're a grown up, you're capable of thinking for yourself, and I'm not your host.
Yeah.
And you just stop entertaining them. They do. They just leave. They vanish. You no longer feed what they need.
I think.
So like I said, so next, because I'm busy doing my website as well, because I'm planning to make it more informative. So it's easier for especially new flat earthers coming into the situation so they can get the correct flat earth information. Because I see a large growing population of people pushing flat earth society stuff, and they don't realize it. Obviously, when we first get into it, we also believe that stuff because that's what you understand. You kind of just have to accept it because you don't know anything about flat earth yet. But as soon as you get more and more into it and you got the experience and you realize, okay, no, this is wrong, that's wrong. And you take two paths. You either choose, okay, this is rubbish, the globe has to be correct, or maybe the push narrative of the flat earth society is just controlled opposition. So it's still flat, but just this narrative is pushed is false. So I'm trying to make a website that I can give the correct information to people. If they are confused, they can get it easily accessible.
Just a
Right,
second.
and keep it simple, because one of the things I'm starting to see is they're starting to use all this same kind of scientifical jargon that's just bullshit. And we need to stay away from that, because that's what's used to deceive the people into thinking that the earth they live on is a sphere when it's not. So it needs to stay simple. Water is very simple. Gas behavior is very simple. Keep with the simple stuff, especially with the beginners, because there are things that they can comprehend, especially young children.
Yeah.
I got just one sec here. This is great. This is, there it is, True Earth Wiki. Let me pull this up. And this is made by he might be here tonight. No longer on the ball. Might be here. Let me look. Let me stop that screen and present this screen. So you're familiar with this? This just started recently. Let me give it a
welcome to True Earth. Oh yeah, True Earth is being pushed a lot now. This is like a cult faction in their own, by the way.
Well, actually, this is actually, he just called it this because of the stigma that Flat Earth has, right? But you go in here, if you go, what links are here? There's like, there's a whole host of, let me see if I got this. Let me get this.
Easy to navigate, at least. That's the same.
Yeah. Let me keep this logged in, and let me show you what's here. So I can add or remove things from here too. So if I go here to the main page,
Wiki, you can change anything.
But you can if you go in here and you type in NASA. Okay, agencies, NASA. You can go like that, search. Okay, and there's a whole bunch of stuff in here that it says stands for never a straight answer. If you ever happen to start looking around NASA and the Apollo moon landings, and keen eye and an open mind will bring you to the conclusion. This is great, and especially for people that are wanting to do debates and things, because there's been more and more articles being added. This goes into the whole history of NASA. There's another thing you can get to on here that shows like what NASA's budget actually goes to. There's a PowerPoint presentation that shows where they're involved with creating like active denial systems, directed energy, smart dust, that kind of shit. That's where their money's actually going. And that's by their own PowerPoint presentation. So there's it's really a great resource.
Well, something else is growing in popularity, I'd like to point out, are these fences to keep your dog in. And now they're controlled by your phone. You can set the perimeter that you want your dogs to stay using your phone. Well, if you can do that to a dog, what can you do to people?
Yeah, the thing is, that's how it works out. They desensitize you to make it normal,
right?
And then then they go move to the next step. Okay, you've done on your dog. Now we can start doing it on your children. And then
Right.
it's going to be normalized on children, and it's just going to go from generation to then you got boundaries set to you without you actually realizing you accepted those boundaries.
Right.
See if there's anything on Todd. Yeah.
But they control the phone. So if you're using it on your dog, you're just helping them set up their system. That's just my opinion, of course.
Yeah. Remember, dogs were always in the old days. We actually also used for defense.
Yes.
Nowadays, get rid of the dogs. They're danger to your children. They're danger to everybody. Yeah. Get rid of everything that does actually defend your family.
Oh my God. They'd have a hard time around here. I got 5 dogs and an arsenal of guns and body armor. So
Well, I had this guy, and it was the same guy. It was the same voice every time. Kept calling me about trying to get me to accept security for my home security. And even told me they would install it all for free. It wouldn't cost me a dime.
Right.
And so I said, well, I don't want it. I don't need it. And he kept calling me back. One time, called me back like 3 times. The third time in that day, I said, look, I have a pack of dogs and a Remington. Would you like to come and visit? And he hung up on me, and he never called me back.
I was going to say the radio callers. Why do you think they're pushing transhumanism?
Well, not only that,
radio collar.
If I can't put the collar on you, why don't I just put the freaking collar in you?
Exactly.
Right? Come on. Think, people. Think.
Everyone has a phone. They already got the collar leashed to them. They're on it 24/7.
Yeah, you just got to interface it now with yourself. That's all. Yep. That's why Link is coming from Elon Musk. As simple as that. Neuralink.
Yeah. Or at least they're trying to get it, but I think they're also got their I think they got their sights on doing it even on a smaller scale with smaller things. See, the micro tech is where it's at. The micro tech is where it's at. And they know this. It's easier to slip shit by people if they don't see it.
Sorry, guys, I got to go. It was an awesome show. I was glad that I woke up early to come. I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, even on holiday.
Good seeing you.
I'm glad you guys. Came on, man. Yeah,
it was awesome.
Become part of my daily routine to watch your show, man.
I wish I could be on yours more often, but the times are really weird.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you get that fellow up wanting to debate you, or maybe we can set something up with somebody on Jeranism and debate somebody one night.
Yeah, we can see what we can do. We can have some fun.
All right. Sounds good, Flytoy. Thanks for coming on, bro.
You too. Nice to meet you, Dreamy. Bye, guys. Bye, buddy. Bye.
So like I said, Dreamy, what do you think's up with these guys here, man? They seem to really like Gmail. I don't know why they like Gmail so good. Maybe they get a lot of mail. I don't know.
Maybe.
Just my own perception of it. What the hell? I want to show that, but I can't. So yeah.
I wish I could share my brain with people. They would see the amount of stuff I laugh at, or just like, you can't, because when you see something, sometimes you just get this little cartoon or something play across your mind. I'm very visual, so I get the pictures to go along with it. Just when somebody talks, I can actually see, some of what they're talking about. I can visualize it in picture form.
Prove the earth.
I know. It's sometimes I just think of something and it'll crack me up. So, let me see if I gotta find this. This was funny as shit. It's slightly kind of off color, but not really. It's funny as shit.
Well, let me ask you, have you decided if you're going to have an auction or something for them F-bombs and those?
Okay, so I got, the wife is figuring out prices on them. I should have those by tomorrow, but yeah, we're gonna sell them. We're gonna sell them.
Yeah, I think she should do something. I'd like one of them F-bombs. I was telling my kids about. They thought that was hilarious. They
yeah.
They love the idea.
They don't, they're not real time consuming.
They said, so we can throw them at each other when we get mad and not hurt each other. And I go,
yeah.
I can already see my kids doing that.
Then hell, we might even go even bigger, have her make one about that big, call her the mother of all F-bombs, right? You can throw at people, see?
But yeah, I told her they kind of look like little hand grenades or something. They're cute.
So this store sign says, we are short-staffed. Your patience is appreciated.
That's not very nice.
Yeah, I got my F-bomb. I got my F-bomb right here.
Yeah.
I can throw cool. F-bombs around. I got the bag of dicks too.
Yep.
Oh, look, there's one peeking up out of there. Look. Things are always trying to get out, it's just how
he almost made me choke on my coffee. Oh my goodness.
Hey, here's a good question. So why do militaries use recon planes if they have satellites?
I know, that is a damn good question, isn't it?
That is.
See, those are the kind of questions I like.
I mean, there's got to be some kind of a reason behind that. Oh no, what'd I do?
Well, that's one of the things about, like criminals and stuff. They seem to say they can track us and they know where we're at all the time and everything else. They got everybody scared out of their heads, but yet they can never find them damn criminals.
Nope. Well, speaking of, this is just part of a longer video that's on YouTube. This Archbishop, not that I'm not saying he's a criminal, but he's talking about some criminals. His name's Archbishop Vigano. And he had some interesting remarks on some things you'll find interesting.
A few weeks ago, an important collaborator of Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, was arrested for pedophilia and child pornography. I'm referring to Slade Summer, a man with ties to the world of Broadway and cinema, who played a role in the effort to debunk the infamous Pizzagate affair. That is, the network, filthy complicity and horrendous crimes against minors that revolves around the international deep state. We have learned that certainly Jeffrey Epstein and most likely Ghislaine Maxwell were members of the Israeli Mossad. This makes us understand that the famous trips of many well-known people to Epstein Island were used to blackmail them by collecting evidence of their guilt in participating in heinous ritual crimes against minors. And if the heads of state and governance officials of the Western world do not dare to breathe out a word of protest against the massacres of civilians in Gaza Strip, it is legitimate to assume that this attitude is due to the intensive dossier with videos inculpating them that are in possession of the Israeli intelligence services. The same thing must be happening with the preparation of the fake pandemic emergency, which was lavishly replicated in all the member states of the World Economic Forum and the United Nations, and also with the farce of the Ukrainian crisis. But this blackmail,
So if you want to see that whole thing, a second. I'll put the
I have
link.
watched this. My thing
a few
is,
weeks ago,
why are they coming up
an
with this
important
right now and exposing it, what's coming? They've got, because most of the time in a courtroom, the petitioner is the one that, on average wins, not the defendant. So, he's like acting like we're going to get out there, we're going to say this before, but look at what their church has done. Look at what the Catholic Church has done, the amount of lives that they've taken. We see that around the world at the different convents and places where, supposedly they were doing the Lord's work and what have you. So, the pot calling kettle black, and then they're going to, if anyone tries to blame them and says, well, they're behind it, they're going to, oh, no, we were warning everybody. We wouldn't do that. You know what I mean?
No. We would never do that shit.
Right.
These people and the way they're trusting. This is what gets me too. Is so many people in the so-called truth community. Do you trust the government? Well, fuck no. Have they lied to you? Yeah. More than once? Oh yeah. You trust the media? No, shit, no. They lie to you? Yeah. When? Oh, all the time.
Right.
So space is fake. Oh, fuck you.
Well, who the hell told you that it was fake?
Right.
The same people that have been lying to you.
Right. Same motherfuckers lie to you about every other goddamn thing, and the same people putting this gum shit out, and you're just like down for it. Hey, yeah, this is real.
I want all them that sit back and get together at the country club and drink their what is it, whiskey on the rocks or scotch on the rocks or whatever. I would like them to take that glass and turn it upside down on the head and watch the liquid in it not come out.
Right.
I mean, in my childhood, I just couldn't understand. If we lived on a ball, how the hell would anybody be able to stand on the ball of the earth? They would fall off because they would be upside down. They couldn't drink. They couldn't eat. The stuff would fall off their plate, slide in their lap, depending on where they lived.
So this is a pretty cool little clip right here. It says X-Files telling you straight up what is going on. This is why it's called mind control. They put these episodes out intentionally to prepare you for what's coming.
Yeah.
I also want to add the phrase conspiracy or conspiracy theory is the term which has been invented to single-handedly mind control millions of people like no other words or phrase has. That's true, man. That's true. Hear people all the time. Oh, yeah, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but they're definitely spraying shit on us. Yeah, well, welcome to it.
Well, that ain't even a conspiracy. It's the fact.
No, shit. They know. They admit it now. This is the
only
only
they
way
did conspire to do it. All the different groups and whatnot. Sure. They conspired.
You sure as fuck didn't have no say in it, right?
Exactly.
Right. So the only way that we are going to survive this period is if we collectively wake up. Truth is the first step in freeing ourselves from the hologram reality and raising the collective consciousness of your fellow human beings. Once the humanity can identify the evil, we can surely get rid of it and then work on creating and reestablishing the real God's order. So this is a little clip from X-Files. I never watched it. So I think I might go back and rewatch and maybe binge watch the whole series. Who knows?
Tad O'Malley has been making claims.
Claims about what?
You and everyone you know has a piece of DNA in your genome, put there without your knowing it.
Put there by whom?
Well, that's the question of the day.
This is an internet lunatic. You're not saying you believe him.
Hold on, Agent Einstein. You're talking to a scientist.
Forgive me, Assistant Director. It may sound insensitive, but the suggestion is pure science fiction.
What I'm saying, Agent Einstein, is that the facts, as I understand them, cannot be discounted out of hand.
No one has the right or the ability to tamper with your DNA.
Unless...
Unless you give them permission to, right?
Right.
So gave.
It's like, how do you know? Did you read every little bit of that 23andMe agreement when you sent that shit off? No.
Oh, of course they didn't.
Did you read all the words of the terms and conditions of being able to play fucking Candy Crush? No. Agreed to them so you could play the pretty little sparkly game. You don't know. You might have volunteered to give your fucking organs away. You know? Somebody come knocking at your door. Yeah, we're here for your kidney, man. What the
Right.
fuck are you talking about? You're here for my kidney. Oh, no, yeah. You signed this. You play Candy Crush, right? Yes. Well, you agreed to the terms and conditions? Yes. Well, right here, paragraph 4694, subsection 256, says, and it's, oh, I didn't read that. Well, that's not our fault.
And don't forget the line where it says we can change these rules at any time we decide to without your input or without your permission or knowledge.
Yeah. These people, fuck.
In other words, you sign the agreement today, tomorrow we can change it and you're fucked.
Like, God, Jeebus Crisp, the Human Centipede. That was such a gross movie. Did you ever see that?
No.
Dreamy?
No.
Oh, the Human Centipede. This guy sews. All right, he sews like the mouth of one dude or one person to the ass of the next of the person, and then sewed another person's mouth onto his ass.
Jeez.
And then he'd only feed the one.
Not something
like
I would
at the
choose to
front.
watch, but to each their own.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty fucking movie.
That ability.
You say they're tampering with our DNA, that they're able to shut down our immune systems by the addition of something to our DNA.
Yes, but I don't know how exactly.
Or how it's being triggered.
I don't know that either.
Or why it's happening now. What can we possibly do?
We need to act quickly.
You were right about that.
Well, I was wrong about the science. I was wrong about what's causing it. Dead wrong, in fact.
But it's clearly a widespread failure of our immune systems.
Through gene tampering. A virus within a virus that was put there through the smallpox vaccine. It's what these men are calling the Spartan virus.
We have to figure.
Holy cow, right? So, like,
Yeah.
science fiction talks about this kind of shit, and then you read in the news, hey, they're working on that kind of thing. It's like,
Right.
God, why? Why would you do
Exactly.
that? Who would fund something like that? Hey, we want you to take something and make it completely deadly. Can you do
Right.
that for us?
Well, see, they're making cars where they can shut them off. So, and then I talked about the fence for dogs, interactive with your phone. And then you think about that, and you try to leave a particular area, you're not going to be able to because they're going to have you connected. You know what I mean?
Somehow, yeah.
Your car, they can shut it off. How far are you going to get out there and walk? I know I can't walk that far. I'm not that young anymore. But, what about, those kind of things? People are not considering those. And they keep helping by buying smart TVs and smart washers and smart
Yeah.
refrigerators and smart light bulbs and smartphones.
And then when Skynet goes online, it's all over, man.
They keep telling them, this is smart. This is smart. You need this, and people want the smart ones.
Yeah,
Right?
because they're dumb.
Because the smarter the object is, you don't have to be very smart to have one.
Right. You
It
can
tells
just
you how to work it.
That's right. It just does it itself. You just sit there like an Idiocracy. That guy, that's fucked up. His recliner's his toilet, and he just sits there shitting and watching TV and eating snacks and shit. It's just like, and the shit they're watching on TV is just retarded. Like he watches a show that all it is this guy keeps getting hit in the nuts. And that's all it
isn't
is.
life supposed to be about living and exploring? And, I just don't see it being so regimented, for goodness sakes.
So-
You're supposed to explore. This place is beautiful.
I've been thinking about the ending of that Leave the World Behind movie, right?
Yeah.
And it ends with this girl who's been horsing and fussing because her the internet's down and she can't watch the last episode of Friends. And, you know, that seems to be her biggest concern throughout this whole thing. You know, everybody else is like, holy shit, what's going on? But anyway, she finds a house that has a bomb shelter and supplies of food. And it shows her sitting at this table eating nothing but just shit junk food. And then she goes and finds there's a TV and a whole entertainment center, and every episode of Friends is there. And she puts it in and she watches it, and it's like life's okay as long as she has her fucking TV, her snacks, and that's all she needs. And there's unfortunately a lot of people that's okay for them. You know, that is fine because that is what their fucking life is right now.
Well, you know, you brought that up, you know. I mean, I sit here and I just laugh my head off because one of the things I learned when I was young, it was a way to keep me away from my dad, and that was wilderness survival. But you watch what they were talking about. You got all these preppers out there, and they're saving and putting back ramen noodles and canned goods and this and that and all these junk foods, you know, things they like canned raviolis and whatnot. And I'm thinking, you guys, when that runs out, there's nothing left. You need to plant gardens and start replacing every bush in your yard, every tree in your yard with something that bears fruit. Grow herbs, perennials, you know, that'll come back year after year. They're easy to take care of. You're watering anyways, may as well water those, right? They give back to you. And then I seen all these, you know, survival people that go out into the woods and survive, but they've got their Cheetos and their top ramen, and I'm like, I'm sorry, people, but that shit don't grow on trees.
No, you better dump that ramen and start boiling up some acorn stew.
Exactly. So you know, I see how, I mean, they're using everyday people to do this. I think a lot of those gardeners and this and that person, I think that they joined something or whatever and got told, hey, you know, if you like to do this and do it in this kind of a way. And they started pushing that, like them fucking broiler chickens that only have a lifespan of so many months. And then they start dropping dead of heart attack, but they get really fat in the meantime. They
go from a chick to a fryer. Right off, whether they full grown, ready to harvest in 5 weeks.
Right. But the thing is okay, how healthy can they be to eat if they're dropping dead after those 5 weeks or 6 weeks when their time's up? How healthy are they?
Oh,
they aren't.
They're not. Listen, all they do is they don't even let them sleep. Those chickens don't sleep.
Well, I'm not talking about the ones that are commercialized. I'm talking about the ones that people are raising in their backyards with these modern homesteads.
Oh shit! My neighbors finally, their chickens started laying eggs, and boy, talk about some whoppers! Holy cow, good size eggs too.
What kind of chickens they got?
Let me play this for a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom.
All right.
Figure this out. What's wrong with the science?
Okay. The Spartan virus removes the adenosine deaminase gene from your DNA. Remove the ADA gene and your immune system will simply vanish.
Yeah, but I'm not getting sick.
It's only a matter of time.
Okay. So how does it work? How does the virus remove the ADA gene?
A process called
CRISPR-Cas9. RNA and a protein cutting genes at exact locations.
Exactly. But in this instance, used as a weapon.
The ultimate weapon. The ability to depopulate the planet. To kill everyone but the chosen.
By tampering with their DNA.
Through gene editing.
Why do such a thing and lie about it? Our own government.
Your own government lies as a matter of course, as a matter of policy. The Tuskegee experiments on black men in the 30s, Henrietta Lacks.
What are they trying to do?
That's the missing piece.
But it's not hard to imagine a government hiding, hoarding technology for 70 years at the expense of human life and the future of the planet. Driven not only by corporate greed, but a darker objective.
The takeover of America.
And then the world itself, by any means necessary, however violent or cruel or efficient. By severe drought, brought on by weather wars, conducted secretly using aerial contaminants and high-altitude electromagnetic waves. In a state of perpetual war, to create problem, reaction, solution scenarios to distract, enrage, and enslave American citizens at home.
Any of this looking familiar to people at all? This thing is really Rocky, you and this thing is every chick is a dude with this guy. Every dude.
With tools like the Patriot Act and the National Defense Authorization Act, which abridge the Constitution in the name of national security. The militarization of police forces in cities across the U.S., the building of prison camps by the Federal Emergency Management Agency with no stated purpose, the corporate takeover of food and agriculture, pharmaceuticals and healthcare, even the military in clandestine agendas to fatten, dull, sicken, and control a populace already consumed by consumerism.
And I encourage you all to go shopping more.
A government
I encourage you all to go shopping more.
that taps your phone, collects your data, and monitors your whereabouts with impunity. A government preparing to use that data against you when it strikes. And the final takeover begins.
The takeover of America.
By a well-oiled and well-armed multinational group of elites that will cull, kill, and subjugate.
Happening as we sit here.
It's happening all around us.
The other shoe waiting to drop.
It'll probably...
Don't forget the Obama administration ordered for FEMA a bunch of fucking guillotines. Okay, Don't forget about that.
Start on a Friday. The banks will announce a security action necessitating their computers to go offline all weekend.
Digital money will disappear,
They can just steal your money?
followed by the detonation of strategic electromagnetic pulse bombs to knock out major grids.
What will seem like an attack on America by terrorists or Russia.
An invasion of the U.S.
The Russians tried it in 47.
So
Now, why are they censoring all this crap online, yet it's allowed on national television? That's kind of crazy, isn't it? One group is feeding the stuff, the other group is saying you can't talk about it.
Right?
Tattleman.
Well, you only can't talk about it while it's going on, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know where they get their criteria.
I'm just saying we live in a very screwed up world where everybody thinks they have the right to tell somebody else what to do.
Yeah. I think this kid
They
right
act like
here-
little children. Mommy, he's touching me, and I mean, you know how it was. Kids in the back seat fussing because somebody's sitting too close or touching them, and then someone's like poking at them just inches away going, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. You know what I mean? That's what it just, to me, it just seems like the more and more I hear, the more it sounds like a bunch of kids and no chaperones. You know what I mean?
Check it out. Sometimes kids got it on the mark, though. Listen.
Why are you crying?
Because I don't want
Oh, God bless it.
to be an adult.
You don't want to be an adult?
I just want to
I cry about that a lot too. Why don't you want to be an adult?
because it's not fun. It's gonna be no fun.
I totally agree with her. It's no fun growing up.
It is like a prison being an adult.
It's gonna be. I don't want to be an adult. I don't even want to be a teenager. I just want to be a kid.
Me too. Can I be a kid?
No. I just want to change back when I was 4 and so I wouldn't have to worry about
I don't want to even be a teenager.
Exactly. See, she already sees what's coming, and she's just a child. She sees it.
She's like, screw all that, man. I thought this was kind of funny. Goes along with the show. It says White House whistleblower claims strangers drag him from place to place and make him sign papers and read words on monitors, and he hardly gets any ice cream. That was funny as shit.
It is funny. I mean, it's because even the other day I left a comment about marriage license being a contract, and one of the persons commenting after me said, "Oh, I never thought of it like that." You know, and how many do? It's a volunteer system. You can join their system, but you have to first get your licenses for everything. You know, so, and you don't get any damn ice cream either. You have to go buy that yourself.
This is pretty good right here. It says, when people ask me how I can still function smoking so much weed all the time.
I don't even think about it. I'm built a little differently, I guess, because I have had people come up to me and say, "How do you do it, sir? How do you do it?" I don't even think about it. I don't even think about it.
Because I get asked that. They go, "How do you function? You smoke so much weed." And I'm like, I don't know. That's just how and just go.
That's funny.
There's a little public service announcement, maybe.
Well, I don't care who becomes president. I don't think any of them really truly know anything about it until they get there. When they find out who their boss is and all those things that they said they wanted to do to change the world, right? And to change government. They get there and they realize, well, fuck, I can't do any of that. But I don't think they actually know it till they get there to that point. At least not everything. You know what I mean? Not what they need to know. And damn sure not that they've got a boss. You know, that they are not going to be the boss.
You know, that's the thing. I think everybody wants to be the boss when in reality, nobody needs to be the boss.
Right.
You know, if it's working correctly, nobody needs to be a boss about anything. Yeah. No, you don't.
Well, like when you're doing an apprenticeship or something like that, you're learning from somebody. You want to take in, you know, as much knowledge that they can share with you that you possibly can. And, you know, you don't need to go to school to get that kind of a education, for lack of better words, or learning, other than hands-on. I mean, there's so much you can get just from that alone. You know, so our children, that's how, before school became a thing, or when sixth grade, used to, after sixth grade, you went on to live your life or whatever. Not that way anymore. They want you educated to the point you're in your 30s or 40s before you're free.
Yep.
And then you got to pay for all that college, you know, and university and what have you that you went through. That's just sucking the energy out of you.
Oh, is this? Oh, yeah, that was this too. I forgot about this. I showed that thing about the vampires. Forgot about this. It's Prince Charles, where he states that he's a descendant of Vlad the Impaler himself. This is kind of cool.
My journey will take me through the foothills, where ancient villages survive practically unchanged, despite Romania's stampede towards modernization. I'll be exploring the forests and mountains beyond as we go in search of the European brown bear and find out why this elusive species is so vital to the survival of the environment. On my way, I'll be meeting a dedicated group of individuals whose passion for this area is helping to redefine its importance as one of the great surviving wonders of the natural world. These include a Transylvanian count who is working to conserve some of the most ancient of Carpathia's medieval villages, and His Royal Highness Prince Charles, who can trace his ancestry back to Romania's dark and distant past.
The genealogy shows that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler, you see. So I do have a bit of a stake in the country.
As it were. My journey will take me
Bit of a stake. You see what he did there? That was clever.
Well, it's true. They trace their family heritage and they know how to do such, and that's not what everybody else is doing, because they've fallen for all the garbage and the fact that they've just done nothing but split up families. Are the royal families split up? Hell no. All these other people, they have family dynasties. You know, they put it on TV in the 80s. Remember Dynasty?
Yeah.
You know, Dallas. That was all about family. It's all about family. A nation is a family. Well, we're not nations because, like, hell, my family couldn't agree, you know, what to have for lunch, much less on anything else that mattered. They're so up the government's butt that they think the government's there to protect them, to help them, to force other people to do and believe and say what they think they should do, believe and say.
Yep.
Reason why I'm outcasted, reason I won't put up with their narcissistic bullshit and abuse anymore, because of that. But they believe that. I'm like trying to tell them, hey, family, you know, you always told us family comes first. You know, blood's thicker than water. You know, why aren't we living that way? Why are you so apt to help and build other people up but tear your own family apart?
Yep.
Using the very people that don't want a family, because that's what feeds them. You know, birthright. They talk a lot about birthright and family. That was when the elder person in the family passed away, the next one in succession, just like the kings and queens, their sons and daughters inherit.
Exactly.
It stays in the fucking family.
And that's we know that was passed down to Joseph
and
not Judah. So that blessing was passed down to Joseph, not Judah. So that's not the chosen people.
Well, also, you think about it, you know, I mean, I knew a guy and he was supposed to inherit the family's homes and farm and all that stuff. And he was very angry. But the thing was, he didn't have a way to take care of it. The farm and everything was in debt. It was one of his sisters and her husband that said, well, we will sell our house, pay off all the debt for the farm and pay it off so that we can keep it in the family. And he's still angry to this day that happened. And he goes, well, Grandpa said it was to be passed down to me because I was the oldest son. I'm like, but the thing is you didn't have the money to pay off the bills. You couldn't hold on to it even if you tried.
Right.
You know, at least your sisters kept it in the family. And besides that, your mother went to her and asked her, because they both had really good, her and her husband had really good jobs and worked hard. You know, they sold their home to save the family farm. That's a pretty big sacrifice. But he couldn't have done it, but he still has benefit of it. He still even lives on the property. And he bitches about it being in the family and who got it. And he still benefits.
So check this thing out about this fucking Cyclops, man.
Oh, we got your ass.
This guy.
We got your ass now. So some people will say,
come on, man.
This is caused by wind erosion and rain. Others will say this is nothing more than a natural rock formation. But brother, that's a petrified Cyclops. And it's not just a Cyclops. There's a whole cave of petrified furniture, beings, people, all type of mad things, brother. Like, look at that. It's because a chair. Are they shoes? That's a person, brother. A petrified person. Now, I don't know where this is. It says it's somewhere in Russia or Ukraine. But this is a mad thing, bro. If anyone knows what this is, somebody tell me. I mean, who is that? Who is that? That's somebody, bro. That ain't just a normal rock formation. I'm not having it. And I'm not a scientist. And I don't study rocks. But brother, that's a hand.
What do you think about petrified people, man?
Well, just like petrified animals and crustaceans and things like that, I don't see any reason there wouldn't be. I mean, why not? Right? You can't have one without the other.
Right? Look at this stupid thing. I have to do this Arcos challenge all the time.
I mean, now, are they cyclops? Hell, I don't know. Was there some type of, like nowadays, you can have deformities and stuff like that. Was it some type of scientific experiment, medical experiment, whatever, at that time? You know what I mean? And they couldn't say, oh, well, some cataclysmic disaster changes, stops and freezes something in time. They're not going to know when that might happen. I don't care how much they say they want to control the weather and this and that and everything else. I don't think they have that much control. I think a lot of crap happens that they totally do not expect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an experiment, right? If they knew everything ahead of time.
So this fucking blackout thing they're talking about, I don't even know what they got going on. Oh my God, I love this. I'm going to save this forever and ever. I love this. Look at this. There, take that, grammar police.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. I like that people correct me because it does help me
Right.
Because I had a stroke, so learning to spell again has been really one of my more difficult, because I sucked at it before anyways. But I do appreciate it. However, it does depend on how I'm approached. But if I misspell it, I don't really give a shit anymore, because I figure as long as everybody's been on the computer, they know Taiwanese so well, they're fluent in it by now. That's the way I feel. Because if they can correct my spelling, then they knew what I was trying to say all along. Right?
What? So if you can make it all the way to the end, I think I'm going to wait on that. It looks like it could be a problem if I show that. Something about how to tell if you're an anti-Semite, which that is another stupid, made-up Marxist word, man.
I just loved what Roseanne had to say about that shit.
I know, right? I love her.
She said
She's
it
great.
so well. I just loved it.
Yep, I love her. She's great. She says some great shit, man. It's like she don't care. She'll just
well, she says she's a Jew and not all Jews are the same.
Right?
And that's true. It doesn't matter if you're a Jew or not. Not everyone's the same.
No.
It's cockamamie bullshit.
Yeah, 99% of the time, right?
I just loved that. That was so awesome.
Oh, this was kind of cool. This is truth in movies, like predictive programming. This is pretty good. This, as far as September 11th is concerned. You know why they use that date, right?
What date? I'm sorry, I was reading that.
September 11th.
Oh, 9/11.
That's the actual birth date of Jesus, not December 25th. That's ridiculous.
I always thought maybe it was in the spring, because that's when they tax everybody, and it was tax time, and Mary was
They
on
weren't
the
there
donkey
for
going
taxes.
to Bethlehem.
They weren't there for taxes.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't. They were there for the census.
Oh, yeah, the census. But also they took tax up then, too. They counted
So
people and
they had to go
collected
where
taxes.
they had to go where Joseph was from. Speaking of Joseph, there's Joe in Albuquerque.
Yeah,
He's
I've
not.
seen that.
He's not. Notice he's not Joe in Bethlehem though. So it's a
Oh,
different
dang
Joe.
it.
Joe has to go do his census in Albuquerque. He can't do it. If he goes to Bethlehem, he'll have a rough time because, yeah,
Oh.
I don't think they're doing that there anymore. Might be a different whole situation altogether. What the fuck this was? Hang on.
I noticed the show didn't come up and join us.
Look at the predictive programming.
Gangway! Oh, have to see New York. We could all go with the bus company's special super sitter fare.
97.
$9. This one's on me.
Let's hope Osama bin Laden doesn't know show tunes. God, I hope I get it. I hope I get. Wait and see. Oh, you're stupid.
Well, you're stupider.
Oh, you're.
It's time. We will now strike at the heart of American defense and destroy the Pentagon with one swift and deadly blow.
Ghostbusters to tower. We're coming in.
And I'm out of here.
The towers are falling.
And see, they tell. That's why I say they tell everyone and then turn around and they
Whoa, look at that.
talk about it. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy, man. It's a lot of.
I mean, don't put something out there and tell everybody about it and then turn around and say you have to keep your mouth shut, you conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, you goddamn.
If you don't hush, we're gonna put you in a timeout with our little magic button on YouTube. Right? It's the magic button. Shush.
Yeah. Be quiet, you. What is this?
Stop exposing us for our bad behavior.
Oh God, I can only imagine what this is.
No dessert for you tonight.
I got something fun for you. Check this out.
We're all familiar with the phrase, life imitates art. But it's quite astounding to learn just how spectacularly this seems to have borne itself out when it comes to the way that science fiction has managed to predict so many aspects of space travel, which supposedly eventually came to pass. I was quite amazed when I first heard that science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke actually wrote about the concept of geostationary satellites before they were ever built or tested by actual rocket scientists. But I was even more amazed to later learn that this is only partially true. Clarke was the first to write about the idea of using satellites for the purpose of telecommunications. The Brick Moon, a short story by Edward Everett Hale, was actually the first description of an artificial satellite, and it was published in the Atlantic Monthly starting in 1869. The book Edison's Conquest of Mars by Garrett P. Serviss describes spacesuits and airlocks in 1898. Most of us are quite familiar with the uncanny predictions of science fiction writers such as Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, and how these renowned writers and their fantastic imaginations supposedly inspired the legitimate scientific development of space exploration in the future. However, when we take a closer look at many of the specific plot points of Jules Verne's novel From the Earth to the Moon, the predictions almost begin to smack of plagiarism on the part of NASA. Verne wrote a story about the first manned spaceship in history, launched during the month of December by the United States from a base in Florida. The ship was made up mostly of aluminum, weighed 19,250 pounds, and cost what would now be about $12.1 billion to build. After 3 of the astronauts completed their moonwalk, they returned to Earth. Their capsule splashed down into the Pacific Ocean and was recovered by a U.S. Navy vessel. He published this in 1865, and being more than 100 years before the Apollo 11 mission, Verne's novel From the Earth to the Moon actually serves as a bizarrely accurate novelization of that mission. He was slightly off on the cost and weight of the rocket. The real stats were about 26,000 pounds and 14.4 billion. And the biggest difference between Verne and NASA was that Verne's astronauts were shot out of a huge cannon. But get this, Verne's space cannon was called Columbiad, and the Apollo 11 command module was named Columbia.
You're muted.
There's those 7 points. Got to have those 7 points on there, right? Jesus, criminally.
Well, you know, in a world of fiction, they can just keep building on that fiction, and more people, you know, that don't remember the past because they make things just fly by and no one stops for a minute to actually stop and smell the roses, as they say, get caught up in that high speed entertainment. And I don't think that they stop to consider that all that artificial entertainment. Yes, it does tell us a lot, but like me, I don't watch a lot of the crap. So when I see it, I'm like, wow, no wonder people are so screwed up in the head, you know? But I know parents, and even one of my daughters, it made me so mad. She took her babies when they were just infants and would set them in front of the TV and turn on some kind of kid cartoon thing. Yes, they learned things early, but the thing is they weren't really learning as much as they were just memorizing what they were seeing on TV. All of them could count before they were 2.
Yep.
All of them knew their colors. But the thing is, you know, is you're programming your children to just take in what they see and hear and not learn for themselves by interacting with the things around them.
Yeah, maybe. Well,
Our third one will sit in front of the computer all day long.
But
And if
here's the
you
problem.
change the channel or don't put on what he wants, he literally has a conniption fit.
Wow.
He
Yeah,
eats in front of
you better
it. He
cut
drinks
that in the bud. Better cut that bud in the bud.
I mean,
Start
I
going.
try to tell her, you know, that while he should, you know, that there is a time for some of that, but to, you know, from the moment he wakes up until he goes to bed at night, that's crazy.
Yeah, right. Too much. Like this shit.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katia Castillo, and I have been practicing OBGYN for 26 years. When my patients ask me whether they should get vaccinated against COVID-19, I tell them yes. If you're trying to become pregnant now or plan to try in the future, you can get a COVID vaccine. There's no evidence that any vaccine, including COVID-19 vaccine, causes fertility. I send my patients to the reliable website. Hi, I'm Dr.
All completely.
That's as
fucking-
annoying as hell, isn't it?
But you see how that is? They're
It's
both
total
completely
script,
different
yes.
areas, you know, like local places.
I love it when people do that and show all the different news channels doing the same thing.
Oh yeah, I have some of those. Yeah.
I love that because people need to see
Mockingbird
that.
Media.
Doesn't
Yeah, I've
matter
got some of
what,
those.
right? It doesn't matter what you're watching. If they're all saying the same script, you know, run. Turn it off.
Yeah, exactly. Too much bullshit. What's that? You remember that song, Stop Jamming Me? You remember that by Tom Petty?
Yeah.
Take back yo, Joe Piscopo. Yeah. Oh, this looks like it might be pretty good. Oh, he's using a Monty map. He's using the Urbano Monty map on this little experiment here, demonstrating the North Pole. Let me grab this real quick. Let me see something. Copy that up. Let me hit this big button. No, I don't want that. I want this. There we go. Then I can go like this. So it looks like he's got all his compasses are pointing toward that center.
kita menggunakannya seperti ini. Kita miringkan
It's in
sedikit saja.
Spanish, damn it.
Kompas sudah tidak bisa digunakan. Kompas, ketika kita ingin menggunakan sebuah kompas, kita harus memegangnya sedatar mungkin.
Okay, so what he's explaining there is that this magnetic north, and it's depicted on all these old maps, man, that there's something there that's drawing all the compasses to go north, right? You're not looking, it's not picking that up through a ball or anything. That's the dumbest shit. I never did understand that, how that could be, but
Right.
how do they? The earth takes shape like clay.
Well, it's like on Melodomes. He showed a video, and it was a magnet stuck to a rock. Well, he is right. There is a stone that will stick to things because it's magnetized. But I said that particular video, if the rock was iron, it would stick to that. The magnet would stick to it. So I went and did some little checking. But yes, there are natural stones that are magnetized. But when I went and looked up the origins of the word north, it actually means center. At least that's what it was originally.
Really?
So center would make sense on a flat plane, or what we consider Earth to be. It would work, because then, the outer portion would always be the southern portion, no matter where you stand on the map.
Yep. Every time. Every time. What is this crazy shit?
It was a point in the mission where a lot of the stress of all the EVAs.
Oh, this is it. This stupid shit thing. I'm going to smoke weed and watch this thing. If you got one, smoke one. You know what I'm saying? Oh.
This out and started. And it's this music is actually for real. Garrett pulled this out and started rolling this in the cockpit, and it was a true surreal moment. It was a point in the mission where a lot of the stress of all the EVAs and the robotics and the assembly and all the tasks that we had trained for a long time, it was all behind us, and we could actually really, really enjoy the moment.
Did you notice up there in the
That was us
top
coming up on the
right
western coast
corner,
of South
there
America,
was,
and now here we are over the Amazon jungle.
What was there?
up in the top, whenever it was showing that thing when it was orange looking, there was this little gray circular thing up there in the top corner. Who's up there recording all of this stuff while it's up there?
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
where are they at with this?
And how the hell would they launch something like that? It couldn't even fucking fly. We do know that it takes certain things to make something fly, whether it be a helicopter or a
wait, you mean
plane
the
or whatever.
you're
They
talking
always
about-
seem to have propellers.
You talking about the ISS?
Talking about this thing that we're looking at on that.
Yeah,
video.
yeah. They sent that up in pieces.
Oh, and
and
put it
then-
together.
And then put it together somehow. And
What,
but
kicked it like a football?
Yeah, there's no footage, there's no video of it being assembled or nothing. It just,
Right.
oh, here it is. We're sending up
But
these
they have,
pieces.
yeah. Well, I mean, you have to start questioning it, because of the fact that, there's little, when I see something like that, they've got somebody videoing this, right?
Right.
And you see these things like up in the corner or off to the side, or the peripheral vision. Those are where people need to say, hey, what's that? Instead of saying, what's that right there in the center? Ask and question what those little crazy things are on the outsides.
Let's watch-
Who's
let's
videoing
watch them.
this?
Right.
Who's recording this?
See if we can figure that out.
And they put a man inside of it? Crazy.
And proof we're all kids at heart. There's a little Aki hockey. Little weightlifting. And more stupid tricks. We don't know what that is. Here's Garrett's or Ron's grouper impersonation. Don't do it. Oh, get him! Get him! It's proof we're really kids at heart. A little rugby on the middeck. Oh, we got. That was more of a mess than we hoped for. Here's Karen's cheating. She used her hand.
Probably going to hit my head. You're going to hit your head.
No commanders were harmed in the making of this video.
Guys are all tired because they did most of the work getting us all prepared down there to come back. So here we are entering the atmosphere, and you can tell out the window here it's pretty hot, about 5,000 degrees out there. Gravity's starting to set in here.
That was us slowing down from Mach 25 to Mach 1.
Gravity's starting.
We're gliding all the way from over the Indian Ocean, more or less, back home.
Houston, Discovery, runways in sight.
About 10 times steeper than an airliner.
Roger, runway in sight, Discovery.
Fortunately,
Isn't that a load of crap right there, what he just said?
Touching down
What
about
he-
Right there. There you
Froggy's
go.
sake.
200 knots.
There you go.
What is it?
Okay, you know how they fly there off the ships out there in the ocean? You know, them jets and how
Yeah.
they land on the carriers?
Yeah.
Okay. As they have those super strong cables
Uh-huh.
that help to stop them. They're saying that there's just a couple of pops and that's the thing slowing down. It would crash into the freaking ground and kill everybody on board and totally shatter it. Wouldn't it? I mean, if we take with what we know from other things such as Navy jets and crap, right? They're going to need more than just a couple of pops. Oh, that's something in it causing it to slow down. Not whenever gravity's pulling them so quickly to the earth, they're going to splat.
Well, they glide. They glide in.
Yes, and what's stopping them? They show nothing stopping. They don't show cables or anything or whatever to slow them down. None of that crap.
Well, they have parachute comes out.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Watch, you'll see.
Touchdown, 195.
Yeah, but he's already on the ground.
It's just a
Parachute
fucking
slows us
jet.
down.
There, see that drone shoot?
Oh,
I don't know
yeah,
what
that's
they're
so
It's just
big.
an
That's
airliner.
gonna,
each other for.
It's just an airplane. It's not. It doesn't go to
A
space.
couple
Look at
hours
this.
later,
I mean,
get to walk around the
Right.
vehicle. And
so
then
wait a
head
minute.
back.
So they fly it up on top of the back of a fucking jet, and then go to space. Why did they stop doing that?
Quarters to see your families.
because it's all stupid.
That's dumber than fuck.
I mean, none of it makes any damn sense. Sorry.
No, it doesn't. They want you to think it does, though. And if they
I mean-
and if you question it, then that must just mean that you're retarded or some shit like that. See, and that's what they'll say. Oh, you don't understand science. Oh, okay. That must be what it is.
Well, if it could fly, then it would have flown, right? But whenever it made those couple of pops, he said that sound is just it slowing down. What the?
Yeah, why would you hear it? Why would that be it slowing down? That's stupid as shit.
It's slowing down, slower than the speed of sound.
Yeah, it's breaking back through the sound barrier, right? What the fuck?
It's backfiring. It's farting just like we are out our mouth.
Yeah, that's how that works. Holy cow, man. Listen, they just blow shit at you and you're supposed to believe it all the time, man.
Sorry, being sarcastic. I should shush.
Remember when that idiot from the Apollo 12, they asked him, they says, well, how did you get through the Van Halen radiation belt? The Van Halen radiation belt. How did you get through it? And he says, yeah, I guess we hadn't discovered it yet. So
yeah, we didn't know it was there.
Yeah, so we just went through it. Damn these scientists and their discoveries. Fuck.
Ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt. And if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And so then we build it that way.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
No strange occurrences?
Nothing like that.
The space shuttle.
Go ahead.
The space shuttle went to 365 miles a few years ago because I worked in news. I saw CNN. They said that the radiation belts surrounding Earth are more dangerous than previously believed because the astronauts saw shooting stars with their eyes closed. Just when they got within 600.
Radiation belt. We saw shooting stars, but they're not shooting stars from with your eyes closed, although they look like it. If you're out in space beyond the Van Allen belt, and probably within the Van Allen belt, and close your eyes, and just pay attention. You don't notice it unless you pay attention. Then all of a sudden you'll see a little flash like a shooting star, except it's like that. There goes one this way. Then one just blossoms. And then not that fast. Maybe you wait 3 minutes or 2 minutes and one goes whoosh. And what's happening is cosmic rays are hitting the back of your eye and exciting those sensors in the back of your eye. So
what the fuck? Talk about a backpedaling motherfucker, boy.
The ill effects from the
Well, yeah, there was that. There was those shooting stars in her eyes, but we didn't have any effect.
Well, I liked what he said. Well, they just made the metal really thick, so the meteors wouldn't hurt the astronauts.
Right.
And yet, what do they tell us about meteors? Aren't they the things that have been leaving these great big huge giant craters on Earth? Well, why don't we just all live in really thick metal houses and we'll be safe down here?
Right. Like I'm worried about a fucking meteor coming from space and shit.
They have us building our houses of wood. Them meteors could come down and blow us up, but it doesn't hurt the astronauts. You got to be an idiot if you didn't catch that shit.
Even like my husband.
So if you guys know anything about this, you want to contact somebody. This woman's asking for help in search of her missing
Even
husband.
like my husband enough to be out here looking for his chin ass. I'm happy he gone. This the longest breakout I ever had since we got married. He's controlling. I'm excited that he's missing. And then the police and y'all telling me I got to sit here and do a news interview asking for help. I don't want help. I like that he's missing. I don't want him to come home. But I don't want y'all, when the cameras start and stuff, I'll cry a little bit and act like I miss him, but I don't want the police thinking I had something to do with it because I don't care, but I'm tired of him. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow.
Listen, I already done went to jail for holding my last boyfriend captive.
What?
But he deserves it. Exactly. So with my husband missing, they really gonna think it's me. I ain't did nothing. So whenever you ready, I'm ready. If anybody has seen my I cried so much my tears won't even start falling out my eyes. Baby, if you listening to this, if you hear this from anywhere, please come home, y'all. Please let my man free. I love my husband. I need my. I heard somebody say it's live. It's live. It's been live the whole time.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's been live the whole time. What?
Even like my husband enough
I
to
don't
be.
even like that motherfucker, man.
I don't care that he's missing. I'm glad he's missing.
Yeah, I hope he stays missing. Fuck him. That's fucking beautiful. But yeah, I'll go ahead. The police wanted me to do this, so here we go.
That's funny.
That's the greatest, man. I love it when you see shit like that.
Happens all the time, more than we know.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, it is. I have no idea what's going on here. Oh, is this more space fakery? Liars on wires? Oh, goody. You gotta love liars on wires. Let's watch some liars on wires, Dreamy.
All righty.
Oh, and once again, for all
Why
of
didn't
you,
all that dust go floating off into space?
so
It
for
fell back down on that moon. Did you see that?
Those of you that missed this message earlier, please go over and subscribe to my backup channel. The link is on the channel. I believe I have it in the description of the video tonight. Subscribe there, please, because I'm going to start doing more stuff over on that channel. Yeah, it's in the description to this video. So please go over there and subscribe so we can get that one up as high as this one. Right now, they seem to be wanting to attack this one. We're going to switch it up. We're going to maneuver around. We're going to play our little fucking game. They play theirs. Anyways, watch the guy. He's crazy. This one. I love this one. Who can believe this? No shit.
Watch the dirt. Watch that rock. Nothing's taken off into space with anti-gravity. It's just falling back down to the earth. All the dirt. Should be a big, huge cloud.
Puppets on a string, baby. All puppets on a string. That's what they're selling you, but they're using that money instead. They're fucking making shit like smart dust and active denial systems and directed energy weaponry and all different ways to fucking kill you. Yeah, it's quite nice because that's how we progress. Commercial of the year. What's this?
When I grow
I love finding these little tidbit gems of humor. They're fun.
When I grow up, I want to work for a woke company, like super woke.
When I grow up, I want to be hired based on what I look like
rather than my skills.
I want to be judged by my political beliefs. I want to get promoted based on my chromosomes. When I grow up,
I want to be offended
by my coworkers and walk around the office on eggshells
and have my words policed
by HR. Words like
grandfather.
God bless America.
Peanut gallery.
Long time no see.
No can do.
When I grow up,
I want to be obsessed with emotional safety and do workplace sensitivity training all day long. When I grow up, I want to climb the corporate ladder.
just by following the crowd.
I want to be a conformist. I want to weaponize my pronouns. What are pronouns?
It's time to grow up and get back to work. Introducing the #1 woke-free job board in America, redballoon.com.
When I grow up, I want to.
I thought that was a pretty cool fucking commercial, man. When I grow up, whoever said that, you know, but that's what you got. What's this thing here? Probably not cool. Do you believe there's a plan to save the world? No, I don't. I think there's a plan to enslave the world, 100%. I think the plan is to kill off the excess and pretty much employ automation and robots and shit, man. Blood Moon Cliff says there was a DJ Tears and birthday. What is this here? How long is this thing? All right, this sounds crazy. I'm going to grab me a turnover. Let's see what this is all about. Oh, no. You know what? I think that's from a real crazy person. That's what I think. Oh, my God. Where is the stuff I was looking for? Dadgummit. Oh, is this? Yeah, I wonder these. Look at some of these statues, man. I have a hard time believing that these things, somebody just did this with chisels and shit. This is insane. There ain't no way people are doing that. Look at that. One little fuck up. One little fuck up, man. Whole thing's ruined. Look at that.
Like
Look at
any
those.
other black and white movie that's out there.
What?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Dirt.
Look at that. Look how smooth that is. That's almost like it was. I mean, how do you get up in there and not fuck that up? They just take one big chunk of marble and supposedly carve that out of it.
Well, you can carve marble. You can carve lots of different stones. I have a tiger's eye.
Look at that. Look at that.
And he's carved into, it's my tiger's eye is carved into a wolf, like it's howling at the moon.
Look at that. That's insane, man.
Have you ever seen Capodimonte, like flower baskets and stuff like that? I used to own some of their stuff. And so it's pieced together after each clay piece is created. Then it's pieced together and held together with slip.
Look at that.
But also,
that looks like a translucent or transparent veil. I mean, that's amazing.
Well, Tiffany lamps, you know, that's stone. The real true Tiffany lamps, that's real stone that they use to make those lampshades and all the different colors. It looks like stained glass, but they're
Look
stone.
at that.
That's stone.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Marble, man.
My understanding is they can crush stone and use it, polymers, and recreate by using it. Is that true? I don't know. I have never used any, but
Probably.
People that have used that kind of stuff and are sculptors and things like that. Yeah. But I would say that lacy stuff right along the edge there, that would be something very, very, very difficult to, carve in stone. But I'm not saying it's impossible.
I'm saying
if you take wood and you make it thin enough, you can use it for a lampshade and see through it. Did you know that? And that's just wood. You can do the same thing with stone.
What is this? Hold on a second.
See how.
What year is this from? 1946.
You're not showing it.
I know. Hang on. I'm reading something about it here real quick.
Gotcha. I thought you showing it.
No, not yet. Thank you, though. I need that reminder because sometimes I don't. And I think I am.
Right.
See how community trains its teachers.
Bear this in mind. Young people cannot be trusted to form their own opinions. This business about open-mindedness is nonsense. It's a waste of time trying to teach students to think for themselves. It's our job to tell them.
And when teachers put such training into practice,
I think when he said that made her wet. I do.
Seemed to, didn't it?
It did. She got kind of excited there. I want you now. Take me.
despotism stands a good chance. These children are being taught to accept uncritically whatever they're told. Questions are not encouraged.
How can you ask such a question? Have you got a textbook?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say here that our law courts are always just?
Yes, ma'am.
Then how dare you question the fact?
And so we aren't surprised when...
But it must be true. I saw it in this book right here.
And if books and newspapers and the radio are efficiently controlled, the people will read and accept exactly what the few in control want them to. Government censorship is one form of control. A newspaper which breaks a government censorship rule can be suspended. It is also possible for newspapers and other forms of communication to be controlled by private interests.
I'd say that was what, about 40s, 50s, based on the style of things there and the sound.
See how community trains its...
I was thinking 40s, yep.
Yep, 1946. I'm going to grab that.
See, that's why they didn't like us, people that, and they labeled us as class clowns because we just couldn't conform to their bullshit, man.
Right? Right?
They were already labeling us the troublemakers, the class clowns, those type of things.
Yeah. Fuck them. That's the way I always looked at it. I looked at it like, you guys are the fucking clowns, not me, man. I don't need your bullshit.
I mean, I had some really good teachers and whatnot. They were fun to actually be in their class and things like that. But it's not because of what they were or weren't teaching, you know. It's just because they were good people and fun to be around. That was about the extent of it. You know what I mean?
Energy from the fuel and converts its...
Yeah, I get tired of these people and their bullshit barking at you because you don't think the way they do or something. And it's like, you can kiss my ass, man. I ain't never going to be as dumb as you, man. There ain't no way. Oh, you need to get educated. If educated means being like you, no, fuck off. I don't want none of that shit. You know,
my family is telling me, you need to go back to church. You need to start taking your children to church. I said, if I have to go to church to become like you, I want absolutely nothing to do with it. Do you know they never understood what I said when I said that? They still don't to this day. They don't understand what I mean by that. It's crazy.
Take it. I know.
I mean, I just wish they could see that. That's very simple. It's not that hard to see what I'm saying, you know. I don't know how else to say it so that others can understand. It's like I'm talking to a brick wall.
I know. It is like talking to brick walls. Because they've got already their mind made up.
Right.
People walk around with this closed up mind. They don't know how to handle it. Yeah, this is pretty good. Lack of curvature video. Oops, what happened? Is that what I wanted? That's what I wanted. Man, having a rough time navigating this here internet here this evening. It's all right. We got this.
It's those meteors, you know, they're flying through space, bouncing off your rocket.
Yeah, I had to link back up with the satellite.
You better get heavier metal.
Yeah, no doubt, right? No, we got Reynolds Wrap. We're going to protect us from micrometeorites going faster than bullets. Motherfuckers.
I know, right? No wonder Reynolds got so wealthy.
Really, they could really cash in on these globetards, you know, sell Reynolds magic gold foil, charge more for it, you know. Have it be gold colored so these people could just, you know, cream themselves when they're cooking a turkey or something.
Oh, they have it. They call it foil. You know, they use it in arts and crafts. They carve like wood or whatever, and then they rub it on so all the little raised carvings stand out.
Even get NASA to sponsor it. Put the little NASA logo on there and shit for it. Call it official NASA gold foil.
Yeah.
They could sell that shit. I'm doing it. That's it. It's my idea. Nobody can steal it.
Look, I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends that fell off. I'm about to circle back. Mixing the perk and jack. Do it in church at that. I had to work at that. Gave me the beat. I had to murder that. I had to serve for packs. Gave it a number that curved the ass. Hey, I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends that fell off. I'm about to circle back. Mixing the perk and jack. Do it in church at that. I had to work at that. Gave me the beat. I had to murder that. I had to serve for packs. Gave it a number that curved the rest. Hey, I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my niggas done fell off. Fuck all them niggas, I'm well off. Now I got some niggas to tell off. Hey, I could do worse than that. But I put the heat in the pen. You don't wanna see me on 10, but you gotta see me again. I think the earth is flat. Cause everybody on edge. Everybody want next. Everybody wanna flex. But don't nobody want rest. Don't nobody want sweat. One more book till you set. Don't show up to my set. Trying to get work out of me for free. Yeah, I left you on red. Nigga, I can tell y'all clowns by your faces. Square one, take it back to the basics. While I'm rounding the globe like bases. Remember when I was too loud in the basement? Now y'all riding the high. While I'm eyeing your wife. Yeah, she on the reef for the night. This, that, Zaza, please get it right. Look, bitch. Yeah, I get what I want and I want what I get. Don't want it no more than it's on to the next. Minimum wage and you flaunting your checks. You swore on your mama's life that you making to honor your bet and take this L. Don't come back unless you Dave Chappelle. I paid my way, your baby mama paid your bill. I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends done fell off. I'm about to circle back. Mixing the perk and jack. Do it in church at that. I had to work at that. Gave me the beat. I had to murder that. I had to serve a pass. Gave it a number that curved the rest. Hey, I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends done fell off. I'm about to circle back. Mixing the perk and jack. Do it in church at that. I had to work at that. Gave me the beat.
Come on.
I had to murder that. I had to serve a pass.
Come on, man. It's harshing my mellow home.
Give it a number that curved the rest.
I like when my mellow gets harsh, man.
It's all that repetition crap.
There is no fucking curve. Thanks, Mike Oxbig, for that video. That's a great one, man. I don't think, Dreamy, you're not a fan of the song?
Oh, hell no. I can't deal with it. I muted it because it I can't listen to the sorry. I'm just being honest. I mute it because I can't deal with that repetitious crappy sound.
Yeah, it is kind of crappy, isn't it, man?
I mean,
these are scenes from.
Yeah, I'm not a big.
I mean, I try to, and I listen to a little bit, and then I get the gist of it and say, okay, that's enough, and I move on. I mute it.
Okay.
Not trying to be mean to you, so you're not the only one I do that to. My whole my kids, they know I can't deal with that music, so they don't play it around me, but they do listen to some of it.
Is that how they get loose at you? Hey, let's get her. We can get rid of her by putting on this music.
No, because I just come unglued on them and say, "Who's playing that crap?" I live here too. I don't care. You listen to other stuff. You can listen to that when you're not home. I even do it to my girlfriend. I mean, my daughter's boyfriend and the kids' friends. They can play anything here but that. I don't want to hear it. It just makes me really angry, and I don't know why. It's the energy from it just sets me off. I can't do it.
Oh my God, the newly elected president of Argentina has converted to Judaism? Is that what's going on? I don't know.
Well, anybody can be a Jew. You just got to change your faith.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if that's what you do. What is this?
Well, you know, you can become Catholic. The priest just sprinkles you like a fish, so you can have fish on Friday. Oh, I mean.
Oh, this is
call you a fish.
This is terrible. This is terrible. Okay. So get this. On April 1st, 2001, Hooters held a beer sales contest for its employees, offering a Toyota as a grand prize. One employee, Jody Berry, excelled in sales and won the contest. However, and instead of receiving a car, she was given a toy Yoda with a note claiming the contest was an April Fool's joke.
Wow.
Berry sued Gulf Coast Wings Incorporated, Hooters corporate owner, for breach of contract and fraudulent misrepresentation. In 2002, Berry and the company reached a settlement, with Berry receiving an undisclosed amount of money. Her attorney, David Knowles, stated that the settlement would allow Berry to purchase any Toyota she desired.
Yep, breach of contract. But what is that?
And she don't even really have those great Hooters to begin with.
False advertising.
Yeah, well, if she was working for Hooters, that was false advertising on her part. Look at that. I've seen better lumps than oatmeal. Come on.
Oh, I ate lumpy oatmeal.
Put them together, make one good one, for real. What the fuck here? Just kidding. Not really. Not kidding. I am kidding. You don't know. Ha ha.
I think all you have to have is boobs to work at Hooters. I don't think you have to have a specific size.
I think they let them. The
boobs are like wieners. They come in all different shapes and sizes.
I think that now they allow to have Decepticons working there too. Now, it's a type of Transformer.
Oh yeah. Don't forget the Transformers.
Yeah, we don't want those.
I did like Transformers, the little cars and stuff you could change into a robot. I used to think those were pretty cool toys.
Okay, so here you go. This is kind of cool. A photo player was an instrument developed by the American Photo Player Company between the years of 1912 and 1925, used to provide music and sound effects for silent movies. So let's check this thing out. Come on. That's fucking cool, man.
Yeah, it is.
That's really wild, man. That guy, I bet you there's not very many people around that know how to play that thing.
My great aunt, she had one of them player pianos, and she had different things you could take and put in the piano for it to play. But I never seen one with all the percussion with it. But I've seen the piano when I was a kid with that was the player piano with the scrolly
that
things
thing
you could
is
put in.
kick-ass.
You know, I guess what did that do? Come out before the record player? That was the whole the way you got your music before the records came out.
Well, I don't know. It said it was, well, it's called a photo player, FOTO player.
Well,
and
see,
it was developed by the American Photo Player Company between 1912 and 1925, and they used it to provide music and sound effects for silent movies. It sounded like a lot of like how cartoons sounded.
Well, see, the player piano was right there in front of him. It had one of them scrolls right in the center, but then he kept pulling those things, and it had like the percussion, the drums, and all the other stuff, the triangle and all that stuff over off to the side in that window.
Yeah.
So
I bet there was a score of music that came on that player like that. And yeah. And it would be timed up with the movie, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
I mean, it sounded like it, you know.
Yeah. That's an interesting thing. But see, it's that important. It's that important to have that.
Because people are, I'll tell you something. When I was little, I was 4, and we would go to my aunt and uncle's parents' store. It was my aunt's husband's parents. And okay, I was 4 years old when the last time I was in that store. In 88, that was back in the 60s. I think it was like 68 or 9 was the last time I was in that. I had to be 69 because I was 4, or 68. I was 4. I was born in 65. So whatever that is, I'm suck with numbers. But anyways, in 1988, I went there, and I hadn't been there since I was a little bitty thing. And I went to the store with my aunts, and we walked in, and I'm like, I've been here before. And they looked at me and they said, you have? And I'm like, yeah. They still had the bell, from the little cowbell on the door that was there whenever I was a child. And I recognized the store not because of the way it looked or that I remembered being there. When that bell rang, when we opened the door, I knew where I was at. Well, my aunts, my mom's sisters, knew that we lived not far from there, but they didn't know how, they didn't remember exactly what house. I said, oh, I remember, I can take you there. I took them to the store, and took them to our old house. And the last time I'd been in there was when I was 4. And it was all because of that stupid bell. So sound, we respond to sound in ways that we don't even realize until it happens.
Where do you reckon that's that's supposed to be a statue of the Virgin Mary? It looks like something else to me.
Yeah, it doesn't look very merry. Well, you do.
I don't know. I've seen that before, though. I know I've seen that before. Just can't quite place it. Well, maybe I'll figure it out. Some people at home probably already have. Yeah, man. We're definitely in some crazy times right now. Seeing some What? My daughter? Why?
You have to wonder what they were manipulating people's minds when they were playing that type of music with their silent movies. You know what I mean?
Check this out. Wiener Cut Off Road. It's an actual place. How about that? Can I see you got a camera, Smith? There we go. Hang on one second, brother. All right.
You find some crazy.
Where'd everybody go? Where'd everybody go? We lost everybody. Where's Dreamy? Dreamy? What's going on, Smith?
What up, man?
What's happening? I don't know what happened there. Everybody just cut out. StreamYard just
Yeah, she came in and poof, we all disappeared.
What
Can
the
you
fuck
hear
that
me?
was about? Yeah, we got you.
Okay.
So yeah, man, I don't know what the hell was going on with that, man. What in the fuck is this? Bizarre incidents unfold. This is 5 hours ago. This is here. Why is this shit happening in Arlington? Weird shit happening in Arlington, y'all. So someone dressed as a gingerbread man attempts entry into strangers' homes. Some Arlington, Virginia residents are startled when their Ring doorbell cameras capturing an individual. Let me pull this up for y'all. This is fucking nuts. I don't know what's going on in the world.
Mrs. Claus's cookies are getting out of hand.
Yeah, man. So they were startled when their Ring doorbell cameras captured an individual in an inflatable gingerbread man costume attempting to enter their house. The footage shows the gingerbread man looking around, walking up to the door and attempting to open it. Witnesses reported that he stood there in his gingerbread man costume, with some likening it to a scene from a horror movie. Well, yeah, wow. Questions arise about the intruder's goal. Was it to merely check if someone was home to gain entry? He still remains at large. This video.
Mason Drive in Arlington.
My wife said, hey, listen, there's this guy. He didn't ring the doorbell. He's just standing there. He's in this gingerbread man costume. I'm like, gingerbread man? What?
This man, who asked us not to disclose his identity, didn't know what to do.
It's Christmas.
Well, they just watched.
Also, we noticed like the door was trying to be pushed. We looked at the camera. I'm looking at this guy in the costume.
He felt like he needed to report it to someone, so we called the non-emergency police line.
Just told him, listen, I just want to report this. This is not an emergency, but some guy came with a gingerbread man costume, and they're like, a gingerbread man? I'm like, yes, a gingerbread man costume. I have the video.
Several neighbors told WUSA 9 they saw the gingerbread man along George Mason Drive throughout the evening on Wednesday. And while he certainly didn't run, he also wasn't caught. And it's left these neighbors feeling a bit unnerved.
It is kind of like a horror movie, but in this costume.
It's Christmas, for pity's
What was the
sake.
goal? Is it to just to
Yeah, but who the fuck does that?
Mason Drive in Arlington.
my wife?
Santa's real, you know.
Oh my
Why can't
God.
Mrs. Claus's cookies get away? You know, we read the book, didn't we?
That's just hilarious, man.
It is. I think it's funny.
Somebody said, yeah.
So
he
many
was-
people saw it. It's made the news. We should all be scared. The gingerman bread's loose.
like Mr. Hanky. That's what it looked like to me too.
I mean, could you imagine getting that phone call? I think it was just a prank, and then the person went away, and that's all it was a prank.
God, Germany's government declares an extraordinary
Doesn't
emergency.
sound like he broke into the house. He just went up there and checked the door.
Yeah, he's just doing, you know.
I mean, I'd say it's a prank.
Well, here's the thing. And so it depends on the area, but up around Arlington, man, I wouldn't be doing that kind of shit. You know, that's kind of, you could get, I mean, that's pretty, that's right there, right next to DC. There's a lot of crazy shit goes on up there. You know?
Yeah, but they people there think the same like other people do and like to pull pranks and do things like that, you know?
God. I don't know, man.
I mean, hell, Washington, D.C., they pull pranks on people all the damn time. They're probably the best pros at it than anybody else on the planet.
I mean, I've thought about putting on my full length duster and my fucking full Satan mask, you know, my devil mask that I have, and just going out and walk down the street one night, see what, you know, if anybody freaks out or not. Yeah, I mean,
that's funny. That gave me
not
an
really
idea.
doing
Yeah,
anything.
do that, but you know, walk around with the devil. Went down to Georgia playing or
Yeah, right.
The devil went down to Georgia and he made the CDC.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. That's where that's at, down in Atlanta. I don't trust
But
that city.
seriously, don't you think that Washington, D.C. are the biggest pranksters on the planet? Look at all the bullshit they got people believing.
Oh my God. Listen, there's some crazy shit. I've seen some video coming out of DC. And what I find amazing is that it's dead as shit. There's like no activity. You know, usually DC's bustling, you know? And the video I've seen, there's like hardly anybody there. Nobody
From what
walks.
I've seen, they got homeless camps right across the street from the White
Yeah,
House. It's
yeah.
disgusting. I came on panel here because I know that you were pretty cool with him and whatever. I'm throwing this out there everywhere that I can on YouTube. I miss Satanic Warrior, and I just hope he's well. Good dude.
Oh, why? What happened? I didn't hear anything.
No, he's doing his own thing, and God bless him. He's doing his own thing. I miss him. I hope he's well. I just want to throw that out there. Have a good night.
Cool. Yeah. Well, I hope he's doing all right too.
Yeah, I can't believe you're advertising for him.
Yeah. Well, I hope he's doing
How
all right too.
interesting.
You know, I'm sorry that he had to burn his bridges with me, you know. But you can't come back after that. You know, I mean, that was pretty fucking low shit that he done. And I hope he learned from it, but
Yeah.
hey, you know.
Yep. Some people you let them learn, but that doesn't mean you have to keep them as your best friend.
Nope. Do you remember this? This was viral a few years ago. This was funny as shit. This kid that freaked out. Watch this.
Okay, my mom just canceled my brother's World of Warcraft account, and he is freaking out. What? Oh my god. Baby boy! Never come back! I swear! You'll never see me again!
No, look, hold up. How did he's undressed now. He went under the blanket, he freaked out under the blanket and shit, and now he's wearing nothing but boxer shorts, and then he goes into the closet. What the fuck?
Like kids do all kinds of stuff to be funny.
Tried to put the remote up his butt. Did you see that? Hold up, look at this. He tries to put that remote up his butt. What?
I say that he did this just a video to be funny, like in Jackass type copycatters.
Rename my life! Rename my life!
Okay.
It's fine! I'm scared! I hate it! Shut up!
I say that was created for,
Okay, my mom.
I think it was later found out that it was created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because kids see stuff on TV and they got the computer and they learn how to work it, and then they get a platform like YouTube or one of these places where they can stream stuff.
Oh, shit,
and then
that
they
was-
can make a show and create their own movies and whatnot.
I think that's back probably 10 years. That goes back,
Yeah.
maybe more.
Because isn't that what Jackass and them did? They just did stupid stunts and shit, and people tried to copy them and videoed themselves doing it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Now I never could understand the appeal to that Jackass show. I mean, these people, what were they? Everything he did was like so gay too, man. Putting shit up their butts and, always everything focused around their buttholes and their balls, It was like, come on, man. That's all you got? I don't know. I can't. I never could.
I never really watched it. I'm just saying, that there was different groups doing that kind of stuff, and that was one of them. I can remember the name of them right off the top of my head that did, stupid stunts and stuff like that. But I also know that, years ago, a lot of people were, doing that kind of stuff and videoing it, put on the internet.
Oh, don't forget tomorrow. Let me find out. Is that changed? What night? What time is that on Brian Stavely? I'm supposed to be on Brian Stavely's. He changed it.
Oh yeah,
to-
I think I saved that notification or turned it on. I've got several on right now. I'm losing track of them.
I know he's got so many channels. It's hard.
Well, I mean, different people, I've got quite a few people that I like to watch their lives, and sometimes I'm awake for them and catch them, and sometimes I'm not, but I do at least.
Okay, I got it right here, and it's supposed to be at 15 hours. Wait a second. 5:30 p.m. That's Eastern time, and I'm going to put the link. I'm going to copy that link, and I'm going to put it down here.
Yeah, make sure I get it.
There we go. And that should take everybody off to that one. So be sure you're subscribed to Brian. He's got some really good content out there.
Yeah, I'll be lucky if I'm awake and alive by 2:30. Lately, I've been sleeping most of the day away.
Oh my God, I know, man. My dog's coming.
It's my winter. It's hibernation time.
Yes, that's exactly what I look at too, man. It's the way I look at it.
I spring, summer, fall, I don't sleep as much as I do when it's winter, and then I really do hibernate.
Hello, I'm so angry.
So we got to leave everybody. We got to give everybody this message from Greta, because I know this is very important.
Hello, I'm so angry. All the girls are using electronic vibrators with lost off batteries. Why do they not help the planet by using their fist or wooden dildo? Please help the planet and stop using useless batteries. Finger yourself or ask your friends to do it.
You showed that one before.
Think of yourself or ask your friends to do it. So remember, ask your friends to do it for you.
I think she has been used and abused and whatnot by adults around her. Just saying.
She might be. Yeah, she's definitely. Yeah.
You know, she's not speaking for herself. She's always reading something. She's always got a script.
Yes. Yeah, well, yeah, she looked like some concerned little European girl, and we have
very
to listen
naive,
to her.
very young. Yes.
Yeah.
She has
Well,
that
look,
little...
the children of Europe are concerned, and it's like, shut the fuck up, kid.
But yeah, she
cares.
has that homeliness about her. She seems naive and young. You know what I mean? The things that predators love to feed on.
She looks like she ought to be hawking hot chocolate or something. A little Swiss Miss or some shit like that.
I'm not saying children shouldn't be paying attention to what's going on in the world around them as well, but you can just tell. Nobody, we speak off the top of our head. We don't come here. I don't come here with a script that I'm going to say before I get here, right? I just speak off the top of my head based on the knowledge I have.
Yeah, man, that's where I'm at with it too. I just go with
So if I see a little kid reading a script when they've got a better memory than mine, that seems a little sketchy to me.
Yeah, man, and especially when they get all angry and shitty about it, it's like I feel like just telling them, fuck off, I ain't got nothing to say to you. Go away.
Well, it's like the little script says, okay, now act angry in this next scene. And then they put the show on. They get the angry look.
Yeah.
Have you seen behind the news and stuff when they show the news and they'll be just laughing and talking, and then when they come on, they sound really serious. Oh,
Yeah.
such and such
Oh,
a
in the
plane
news.
just crashed at the airport.
Yeah.
And then they come on and so won the baseball game. They were cheering and replaying and blah blah blah. Their whole demeanor changes. That's mental illness. Isn't that what they call bipolar or something like that, where they they change every 5 seconds?
Yeah. They're just like, well, it's acting. That's all it is. It's just fucking
yes,
acting.
it is. Exactly.
And
but they got to label us as schizophrenics and bipolars and this and that and everything else under the sun when they're the ones doing it.
They got to give you the they got to put a label on you. They have to
you can't label us, but we can label you.
Right.
I called you that first.
Yeah. That's why
you can't call me that, Dave. I called you that first.
Yeah, you can't use my thing that I said.
I know.
Man, come on.
It's really crazy when you just look at it for what it is. But yeah, I feel bad for her because I do think that as a young child, and when she first started coming out, I think people were using her and putting her out there because of, like you said, the way she looks. Her children are innocent, naive to, for a big part, and predators love to feed off of that.
Yep.
That's their prey. So we also see children in the same way, naive and innocent and what have you, to a good degree. So why not put that figure in front of everybody on the news? Right. But if it was coming out of her own mind, she wouldn't be scripted. She wouldn't be reading the script. It would just be coming off her head.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Dreamy. I'm going to shut this down, I think, here tonight. Just wanted to get out here on the new channel, or on the old channel is back up, so we're good to go there. I wanted to promote and get some people to share and subscribe to Sob's Place. We're going to do more and more over there, and pretty soon just kind of start off here and then go over there. So if you're not subscribed to the backup channel, the link is in the description of this video. It's also on the main page. You can also go over to Rumble SSUM369. It's right there in the little banner going across the bottom of the screen. It's been going. My email if you need to get it with me. So Dreamy, you got anything for us before we go tonight?
Just have a good night till we see each other again.
All right.
Much love to everyone.
All right.
Good night.
Well, like we always say here, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See a doctor and get rid of him. I'm going to leave you with this little song before we cut off. So enjoy this.
1, 2, 3, 4. Shut your mouth, get in line, just behave or pay the fine. They're pulling on your backbone and taking out your spine. They want you weak, don't speak, don't question, don't think. Keep staring at your smartphone, get dumber every week. Now give up your freedom and shush. Oh Jesus, what happened to us? Leave the church, kill your faith, judge the skin and lie to hate. Make yourself the enemy, but call yourself a saint. Learn the rules, be a fool. Remove your kid from school and apologize for everything. Apologize for you. Now give the TV all of your trust. Oh Jesus, what happened to us? Mark, Jack, Bill, Joe, they'll tell you what you need to know. They'll give you your permissions and tell you where to go. Lights, camera, action, edit. We're so pathetic. You believe it cause you watched it. You believe it cause they said it. Now everybody stay home and the rust. Oh Jesus, what happened to us? We used to stand and fight. We had a voice alright. We had a life worth living. We had a damn worth giving. Now watching it fall. That's the truth of it all. So shut your mouth, get a line, just behave or pay the fine. They're pulling on your backbone and taking out your spine. They want you weak, don't speak, don't question, don't think. Keep staring at your smartphone, get dumber every week. Don't nobody put up a fuss. Oh Jesus, what happened to us? Oh Jesus, Jesus, what happened to us?